tutti, good morning everybody. For the new guests, my name is Filomena Troiano and I want to warmly welcome you all to the Theatre Center on behalf of the University of Naples, Federico II, in the person of Professor Matteo Lorito, which is pleased to all here at Cornell Tech in New York, a two-day symposium in celebration of the 800th anniversary of the institution. Before the introduction of the program that will see the scientific and business community gathered, I want to welcome the Rector of the University of Naples, Federico II, Professor Matteo Lorito, along with the Director of the Italian Trade Commission in New York, Erika Di Giovancarlo, the scientist Antonio Giordano, and entrepreneur Massimo Petrone. The event at Cornell Tech aims above all to present the educational offerings and research activities of the university on a global stage, and at the same time, the conference will aim to consolidate collaborative relationships with universities in New York and on the East Coast. Also on the agenda is a segment dedicated to the theme of technology transfer and open innovation. The Federico II, in fact, has launched a series of top-quality collaborations with companies and investors, international players such as Apple, CISCO, Accenture, Micron, but also Italian firms such as Leonardo, as well as biotech companies of the likes of Merck and Novartis. Now, the Rector, Matteo Lorito, will take the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be again on this stage, and today we have another very interesting day where we'll put together some really interesting science stories, as well as some contribution from different entities and friends and collaborators of Federico II here in the States. Yesterday was a really nice, very nice day as well. And again, I need to thank the organizer, Giorgio and Enzo, and all the friends here in, at the Cornell Data Center, the Cornell Tech, because I think we really pretty much impressed with what the place is and what we can do here. But I mean, we discussed that yesterday. Now, for some reason, Giorgio put me again on the program today. I'm not sure what is the reason for it, because we already did a pretty comprehensive introduction yesterday. I don't want to go into a science story because it will not make sense, since we have some really important, again, more important colleagues here to present some of the research done in my university. And so the only thing I can do is do a little bit of history. And I'll just put together some slide and try to distract you or entertain you with, I would say, from the history of Naples that goes in parallel with the history of Federico II. You know, if you go around in Naples and talk to people and stop someone in the street and say, do you know the story of Federico II University? Not many people knows it. I mean, everybody knows about Federico II, but the story of the university is something different. And as a matter of fact, one of the things we wanted to do with this celebration is to celebrate Federico II, the founder, but most of all to celebrate the history of our university, of our important, I would say, alma mater. So let's see if I can do this. It's not exactly my field, but we can start this long history with Virgil. Virgil and Naples always had a very special connection. Someone said that Naples is the city of Virgil, and this link is actually recalled even in the reorganization of the studium signed by Manfredi after the death of Federico II. So, as a matter of fact, Virgil, the famous poet, decided to move to Naples, but most of it decided to be buried in Naples after he died in Brindisi, and he was buried at the second mile of the road to Pozzuoli. Nobody knows exactly where is the burial place of Virgilio, but there we have the Virgiliano Park, which supposedly somehow recall the place of where the famous poet was actually buried. So, and this connection between Virgilio and Naples was also very much in the mind of Federico when actually decided to start the studium. I believe everyone knows by now this important date, it's June 5th, 2024. I always said if you take any state-funded university in Western world, you do the genealogic tree, all of them arrive to that date, June 5th, 2024, because that's for the first time a university was established, a studium was established with a degree, actually with a letter. By the time the letters were actually a degree, were like a law. And it was done because Federico wanted to give a ruling class to his kingdom, in its administration of the kingdom, in order to respond to precise administrative needs. And he couldn't find the people to do that, so he decided to form it, to educate it directly. And his dream was to create a secular university. By the time the students were actually connected to bishops' centers, so we're connected, of course, to the church, and of course Federico with the church is a little bit of, I would say, a very interesting relationship, I would say, with pros and cons. He's been excommunicated 3 times, so it's a long history. And so he won something that was different from what he had at the time, where these 3 associations of students and teachers in Bologna and Paris, and he wants instead of a state-controlled structure when he can take charge of the education of the students. So in 1224, Federico in Syracuse dictate this letter. As I said, this letter at the time were like it was a law actually, where he announces his desire to found the studium, and this letter is actually a promise. He promised the students to take care of them. He promised the students to give them the chance to get satisfied at the source of knowledge. Some of the quote of the letter, which was actually a declaration of intent. You will come in the special day in September, the day of St. Michael, and choose the location. The Greek Neapolis was, because of its prestige, its history, the deep-rooted classic culture response to the need of the idea of the emperor. So it's a place where to form the ruling class, the elite ruling class. Also the geographical positions of Naples, which was as good as Palermo, Capo, and Foggia, but at the end he decided Naples, and that's changed completely the face of Naples. I always said Naples will not be the same without the university, without the Federico II, and Federico II will not be the same if it not be done in Naples, probably. So, but many reasons there were for doing that, including some economic reasons. But behind the will of Federico II, we needed someone that was able to build this dream. And this person was Pierre de la Vigne. Pierre de la Vigne was was an important person in Federico court. He was an inspirator. He was a visionary person. He was a master of ars dictandi, which at the time means was a legislator. It was something that could actually write a law. And so we don't know for sure. Some of the historians said it was him to write actually the famous letter. Even in some art we see Federico II sit on the throne and Pierre de la Vigne writing the letter for him. But we don't know that. But certainly after even starting of the studium, he spent some time to organize the studium, to put together the students and the professors. And but he had a very interesting history. Someone should actually make a movie on the life of Pierre de la Vigne, because he had a life that was full of light, but also shadows. He was suspected for corruptions. At the end, he was accused of treason, imprisoned, blinded, and he killed himself. And the tradition says he killed himself by knocking the head on the wall, because he was so sad that he lost the faith and the friendship of the emperor. So it's a long story. But his greatness is actually recognized also after his death, including by Dante, who put him in the hell, of course, among the suicides, but absolved him of accusation of treason by allowing to proclaim, despite the eternal torture, his innocence. So you find these figures also in the Divina Commedia. So, but how the Napolitan studios was actually organized, it was not like a university like we think about, with the chairs and the professors and things, or laboratories, classrooms and things, and multiple students. He started, we know that because it's written in a letter, on September 29th, 1224, on St. Michael Day, where Federico called the students in. He, by the way, solved the problem of students running away, because in the edit he actually decided that students cannot leave, will not leave the kingdom to go study somewhere else. He wanted, of course, law to be predominant teams, but also he wanted all the arts and the disciplines to be included at the time, including those of the trivium and quadrivium. And at the beginning, there were probably no more than 4 or 5 professors, even though the letter only mentioned 2. So it was a small studium, of course, what our standard today. For sure, the lessons were in Latin, and but most important, Federico actually guaranteed the most deserving jobs in his own administration for the students that will complete the study course. There was a very strong attention on the well-being of the students, because as we said yesterday, with guarantee houses was guaranteed a fair place, and respect for the students. That was really innovative. So they received the honor to be actually educated at the university. They could have obtained a loan by putting as a deposit the books. Books at the time were extremely precious, of course, so even people with no means could actually access the university. And all the basic necessities would also be guaranteed, including a sort of protection when you travel from the place where you come from all the way to Napoli. So if someone will attack you, then the emperor would actually get on the attacker. So it's a complex, interesting way of bringing the students to the university. So. Who were the first students? The beginning, some students were quite important. We don't know, of course, who were these students, but we know for sure about one of them is St. Thomas Aquinas. The studium had the honor to have St. Thomas as a student, which became one of the most illustrious philosophers and theologians of all time. He came from the Counts of Aquino, so he was a noble person, and his father wanted for him to study law, but he wanted also to send him to this Napolitan studium. He went but he decided then to join the Order of Dominicans, friars, and became a very famous theology teacher. And so he actually lived and taught in San Domenico Maggiore, so very close to where the original site of the university. Something is one of the famous curiosities, the Tommaso handwriting was really bad. It was defined littera inintelligibilis. Actually, it's very difficult to read it. But his ideas were actually quite advanced. Even the ideas were sometimes not easily understandable, but certainly he was one of the big names of their time. Let me see. Well, now we take a little leap in time. Maybe go in 1300. 1300, we have Naples was ruled by Robert Anjou. It was already a kingdom of all respect, a lively city with maybe you can see it here, with a nice port, considerable economic importance, very attractive for artists and writers. There was the year when in which Giotto and Tino da Camaino actually were in the city. And of course, they had a very good and strong connection as well as with the studium, with our university where they teach or studied. But there was also the time when we had Giovanni Boccaccio, who came into Naples to study law at the famous Napolitan Studium, attended the lessons of Cino da Pistoia, but actually his passion, as we know, was quite different. So he decided to be a poet, and history told us that on Holy Saturday in 1931, he went through San Lorenzo Maggiore and met this lady, Maria d'Aquino, which was the illegitimate daughter of King Robert, but for him was forever Fiammetta. Fiammetta was his only muse. The lady that tradition say was never ever loved by Giovanni. And then we had also names like Francesco Petrarca. They also was in our university. So at the time, it really was very, very attractive for some of the big names, the big star of the time, to come to Naples to teach or to study at the studium. Keep going on, we are in 1400, Naples became Aragonese. So after the Anjou, the Aragonese arrived. It actually was a sort of taking the city without really a major thought, but and then we start with the reign of Alfonso and his son Ferrante. And Naples, by the time, experienced really what is considered a golden age. Alfonso, for instance, for the studium, he opened more to a humanistic culture. Did a lot of things in Naples, built Castelnuovo, and so on. He loved book. He loved also to collect very important stuff like Tazza Farnese, one of the most important archaeological finding of the Roman time, and the greatest cameos, probably the ancient world, which is now to be admired in our museum of archaeology. And what happened at the studium by the time? The time was actually an interesting period of ups and downs. As I said, we introduced more and more disciplines on the humanistic study, but also there's some academies will start, like the Accademia Pontiana, which are still there, are still sitting in our university, and so they're one of the oldest academies in Italy. So let's go to the 1500. We have the age of Viceroy. The kingdom passed under the Spanish crown, which was actually would control the city with the Viceroy. This is a long periods of relative prosperity, with some actually deep crisis as well. And by the time the studium actually managed to gain a certain stability and to grow, even though problems were already there. There was no fixed location. We didn't exactly where the studium was actually exercised. Salary of professors were very low, some of the lowest in Europe. We are not too far from that time, but still now, I mean, we haven't improved very much about this issue. There was a lack of cultural patronage, intellectual curiosity. So, as I said, pros and cons. And then there came the difficult time when there was the time of the Inquisition. By the time, the idea was to keep the Luther's reformist ideas away, well away from the kingdom. So there was lots of closures, lots of problems by imposing a rigid Catholicism. For instance, the professors of the university were forced to take the oath to the Catholic faith. And in that condition, the studium at Naples nourished the new idea of Giordano Bruno, who decided to move away from Aristotelian philosophy and approach secretly the Platonic and Neoplatonic philosophy of Ficino, Cusano, Arian philosopher, and so on, maturing basically anti-dogmatic thought. That was his problem. He was actually worked and studied and lived in San Domenico, which is now part of Federico II, where he found a little bit at the beginning some security, but there was not enough. At the end, he was accused for heresy, and he was forced to flee, and we know the end of the story. So now we move to quickly to the 1600s. 1600s was the century of revolts and epidemics. It was an interesting time where new scenarios for the city and the studium. You could walk through Naples and encounter Caravaggio. Caravaggio was supposed to stay around the Carafa family, which was the family who was supporting, but actually he liked very much to venture into the most infamous streets of Naples, where for pleasure, but also to seek inspiration of his art. And then he created this beautiful piece of art like the Seven Works of Mercy, when he actually showed us the face of Naples by the time. But also was the time when we had the Masaniello revolt. The revolt, as we know, it failed, but he managed to put the people together against the harassment of the government at the time, and then arrived. The plague. And the plague actually really halved the population of Naples. So lots of people died. They died everywhere, and of course the university was actually involved because to cope with the contagion, in the vain hope to finding a cure, all the doctors at the university were actually conscripted to work for the people and for the suffering. But it was also the time when the Spanish viceroy Fernando de Castro, Duke of Lemos, finally gave to the university a permanent headquarters. It's a little block that was a little bit away from the center of the city. Initially, this palace was intended to be a shelter for horses, but today are the headquarters of the Archaeological Museum, one of the most beautiful palaces in Naples. The architect Fontana began really to build a truly magnificent palace. In 1615, the palace was only partially usable, but the students were there, remained there. The university stayed there until 1777, for a long time. There was also a fixed number of chairs for the university, and competition to access teaching was introduced. Then we have the 1700. 1700 is the Age of Enlightenment. Naples was one of the centers in Europe for the Enlightenment, Illuminismo. In 1700, there was a new way of thinking was coming all the way through Europe with lots of enthusiasms and reasons to really, for a new life, a new way of looking at things. And when this was happening in Naples, we had Giambattista Vico. Giambattista Vico, he had developed a complex physiological system centered on a continuous historical courses and governed by providence. He was not so much an Illuminist at the end of it, but he was something that he was proposing some really new thought. He taught rhetoric and eloquence, and he had an incredible capacity to deliver inaugural oration at the academic year. I mean, this speech by Giambattista Vico is cited all the time today as a speech to start the academic year. He did for 6 consecutive years. Actually, these speeches were not mere speech, but very important pedagogical moments. And he believed a lot in culture that play a fundamental role in the formation of civic conscience, which is very important. This is, of course, a very important legacy for professor all the time. So, by the time we had Charles the Bourbon arriving in Naples, he was really enlightened king and made a lots of reforms. And so by the time we had many first things happened for the first time in our studium. The first chair of astronomy was established. It was entrusted by Pietro Di Martino, who took the first chair in Europe. Then we had the first chair of mechanics and commerce were created in political. It actually was created, then became the first chair in political economy. So the first chair, the first teacher, university teacher in economics was actually Antonio Genovesi, which, by the way, was paid not by the king or the state, but was paid by a private patron. And Genovesi was so famous by the time he would hold the courses finally, not only in Latin like it was done before, but also in Italian, that it is estimated that to his lesson participate something like 20,000, 30,000 students, which was an incredible number by the time. And perhaps his courses were attended by Gaetano Filangieri. We heard about that yesterday. His voice, his idea have united probably two distant worlds, even crossing the ocean, and we know how he corresponded with Benjamin Franklin and so on. So, now during the university, during the Bourbon time, lots of things happened. The university again changed location because they were starting the discovery of Herculaneum and Pompeii. So you can imagine these places, and these people will actually were digging a very deep tunnel, and will find an incredible wealth, bronzes, mosaics, golds, paintings, frescoes. It was just like, discovering petrol or gold. And so they were collecting so much stuff that Charles the Bourbon decided to, first of all, to have his own museum or his own collection in Reggia di Portici, in Portici Palace, but then that was too small for all the stuff, so he moved everything to Naples. He took the Palace of the Studium, moved the Studium to another place, and made basically the first archaeological museum in the world. So there was also another prime time. And so the university, because there was a suppression of religious order of the Jesuit, so this big block in the center of Naples became available, was just moved in the center of Naples, where it is still there now. And that was the nucleus of the complex in Via Mezzocannone. Then we are, of course, the French Revolution occurred, and the ideas and the effect actually entered the Napolitan environment. As a matter of fact, some of the professors at our university inspired the ephemeral, the vain Neapolitan Republic in 1799. Didn't last very long, of course, ended in blood. And the Bourbons also poured their revenge on the Studium, purging all those that participate or inspire these new ideas and new revolution. So, in the 19th centuries, we almost done. In the 19th centuries, the university really support I would say, the joining of the South Kingdom to the unification of Italy. By the time it was unification of Italy, clearly there was already a heavy gap between the University of the South of Kingdom, mainly the University of Naples, and other university. And likely the Minister of Education was Francesco De Santis, which was formed in Naples in a university, well, actually was determined to bring the Napolitan University to the podium of the European University. He did a lot for that. So the university remained a point of reference for southern Italy and reached a large number of students. He actually, at a certain point, for a number of students, was the third in Europe, so it was really, really big after Berlin and Vienna. And of course, during this period, the university continued to dialogue with other institutions. By the time there were lots of novelty, after unification, it was founded the Vesuvius Observatory, the first volcano observatory, of course, in the world. The chair was actually given to Giuseppe Mercalli. We know all the Mercalli scoring, inventors of the homonymous scale to measure intensity of damage by earthquake. But there was funded an important archaeological school in Pompeii, which was founded by Giuseppe Fiorelli, that actually collaborated a lot with all kind of professors and with a great school of archaeology. There was a lots of research also on marine environment. So we had the foundation of the Marine Biology Station with the Anton Dorn Zoological Station, which of course was done also in tight collaboration with university. So a lot of things happened, and a lot of things were necessary, and most of all, there was also necessary to find a space. Also because the city went through a serious cholera epidemic by the time, and so there was a need to find new space for the university and new space also for the city. So in 1985, there was the new law in English would be rehabilitation of Naples, risanamento in Italian. So some entire part of the city were actually cleared. Entire neighborhoods which were quite unhealthy and in heavy borderline hygienic condition were demolished to put together places like Corso Umberto, where actually the actual palace there. So while this was done, and it was built actually the new palace. You see on the left the original project, which was actually the front palace of the university to connect all the block in Via Mezzocannone to the new road just built. And you see in the original project, a cupola has to be created, but then decided not to do the cupola. They did something different after that. But anyway, the palace was finally inaugurated in 1908, and this really connect the old university block with the new Corso Umberto, of course by paying an homage to Federico II, his first founder. So that puts us to really the 1900s. In this period, we had some very important personality, prestigious people from our university, which did a lot of very important, interesting stuff. First of all, the University of Naples was the first one to have a chair of genetics. Not everybody knows it, but that's actually its history. Then there was the medical studies where we had Giuseppe Moscati, the famous doctor of the poor, the guy that invented the basket with a sign that says mainly those who can put, those who cannot take it. So, but also we had geniuses like Leonardo Cacciopoli, a very famous mathematical analysis professor who actually at the end of the story killed himself, but he had extraordinary teaching with many theorists, many research in theoretical mathematics that was still very, very valid. We had a special mention also Umberto Nobile, who actually started this very prestigious aeronautical engineering school in Naples, which together with Roald Amundsen was the first one to fly over the North Pole in a very unsafe, I would say, flying machine. We had people, other interesting stories, like those of Ettore Majorana, that he went through our classroom. Its name is actually linked to one of the great enigmas of the 20th century. He was a pupil of Enrico Fermi. He was part of the boys of Via Panisperma, who laid the foundation of research in atomic energy. and he did a lot of important discovery in theoretical physics, but in the evening of March 25, 1938, he left Naples for Palermo, and then he disappeared. And we're still people talking about his disappearance. Majorana that maybe hide somewhere else in the world. But anyway, nobody knows what happened. But he did many theories, the significance of which are not yet fully, totally understood, and left a very important mark on contemporary theoretical physics. And then we had the war. The war hit Naples, was very hard, very difficult. I still remember, remind that Naples is the only city in Italy that received the gold medal because of the resistance to the Nazi troop, to the Germans, because, the 4 days of Naples, the Quattro Giornate di Napoli, and the university was actually pays his tax on that, because on September 12, the Germans actually set fire to the building Corso Umberto. They had to give a sign to the city that they were in power, so they decided to set and fire the university. But something even worse than that, they took a poor sailorman and they killed him, executed him on the stairs of the university, having the people around the city to clap, of course, with the point of a gun. So it was really bad. And there's also actually a movie of that, a real movie. Something that actually took a movie of that. With the arrival of the Allies, of course, the reconstruction started, and University of Utrecht took a new step with increasing number of students enrolled by the University of Federico II. And finally, we are at our time. The challenge of the new centuries. We are here some famous people. They went to our university. Many things were actually done. We had important studies, as I said, on, for instance, on oxidative damage of DNA, black holes, space cultivation of plants, digitalization of Dante codices, robotics, and so on. There are too many to cite them, but the most important was, I believe, of the merit of this university was the dissemination of knowledge. So the ability to open more and more to the city, disseminating university campuses in suburbs, and becoming a reference point for the redevelopment of area at risk. We talked about yesterday about Scampia, San Giovanni, and so on. So only the idea that we're pursuing is the only knowing where we come from, we can build a true future that will advance the whole of mankind. And we think of Federico Menon is well. We have the statue of Federico II in the rectorate, which is the preferred spot for selfies for students. So beside the statue, we also put this installation with the letter. So in order, as I said, to President Mattarella, to move the attention from Federico II to La Federico II, the University Federico II. So now they take a picture of Federico, they also take a picture of the letter, because that's really the two pillars of our university. And but Federico is still there. He looks sometimes, almost laughing or looking at what is created, how the things have changed. We know that Federico died of illness suddenly in Puglia, Pueris Apulie. He was nicknamed, of course, Stupor Mundi, even though the historians say that Stupor Mundi, the first idea of Stupor Mundi was actually quite negative. Stupor Mundi means also the bestia, the beast of the Mundi, but then becomes also a positive meaning. And when he died, Manfredi, his son, wrote to his brother Corrado about his father's death, and quoting, "The son of the world has set, the one who shone among the nations, the son of justice, the pacemaker has set." So it was really a major, a very important moment for the entire Western world, as far as we know by the time. So we believe that Federico's sun instead and never extinguish, but it still shine today to illuminate the future. And just to finish up, I'll do it by showing a final movie, if I come out. So we can say actually from New York that the future is already here. Thank you very much for your attention.
To the stage now I kindly invite the director of the Italian Trade Agency in New York, Erika Di Giovancarlo, please, direttrice. And allora, direttrice. Sì, fantastico operatore del tecnico, grazie.
Hello, good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and I thank the University Federico II for inviting me. A big thank to the rector, Professor Lorito, and I really want to thank him for the beautiful presentation and interesting presentation of Naples and the university, of course. I'm very much in love with Naples for different reasons, and so I really appreciated the presentation, and for a while I felt being here, living the life of the city and appreciating everything that Naples can offer. I'm going now to present what the Italian trade agency is and what are the services we offer to Italian companies. My presentation will not be that charming, I tell you, but I hope it will be useful for all who want to know something about this market and want to work with us and in the States. First of all, it is not by chance that we have this wonderful picture. It is actually the picture we have in our website, so it means that it is really a very iconic area in Italy. This is Capri, one of the most beautiful places in the world, that is, of course, in Campania region. And from here, I start introducing what the Italian trade agency is. We have a much shorter history than Naples and then Federico II University. The Italian trade agency was born in 1926, so just 100 years. And as Italian trade agency, we give assistance to all Italian companies that want to promote their product, that want to start the process of internationalization abroad. And we can help the Italian companies organizing in different ways. So we promote the Italian companies through the organization of different events, such as exhibitions, seminars, or custom-made event for different companies. We organize training courses, technical training courses, both for managers and for companies who want to penetrate a new market. And we give assistance, any kind of assistance, offering custom-made services such as market analysis or analysis of some products in order to help the company to introduce itself in a market, finding new counterparts. Then, in some of our offices, we have some foreign direct investment attraction desks. These desks tries to promote investment in Italy, to Italy. So we try to intercept the potential investors and to give them all the information about potential investment in Italy. Besides that, we also have an IPR desk, intellectual property protection and obstacle to commerce desk, that helps all companies who want to protect their brand, and it gives a first assistance, a first legal assistance on this field. Here in the United States, we have 5 offices. There is the New York office, that is, let's say, the head office in the US market. And then we have Miami, Houston, Los Angeles, and Chicago. Each of them have different competencies in terms of sectors. And in New York, we mainly deal with fashion and beauty, food and wine sectors, but from New York we coordinate the entire network. We operate here in the States as I told you, giving assistance to all the companies who want to start working with this market. And the US market is still very attracting despite all the problems that we have all around the world. It still is the most important market for our companies. And these figures are quite exhaustive, exhaustive to understand why the market is attractive for Italian companies. And the data of our exports, from Italian exports to the US, witness the interest. As you can see, in 2023, Italian exports to the States reached almost $73 billion. It means that it is really it is one of it is the second most important market for Italy, as Germany, of course, plays the most important role, but this is the first destination market for Italy outside Europe. And you can see that in in the last 30 years, Italian exports to the US has always been growing. As you can see, there have been some moments in which our exports had fall down. And we can remember, of course, the crisis referring to the Lehman Brothers, and of course the period of COVID, the pandemic period. But apart from those, as you can see, those 2 points, the exports have always been growing, and they have reached the highest point in 2023. And the forecast for the next year, I mean, the current year, is absolutely reassuring, because in the first 6 months of this year, we already reached almost $38 billion of exports. And these are the most important sectors for Italy. Here we can, as you can see, we have very interesting figures, not only for the traditional sectors, such as food and wine or fashion, that are, let's say, the most well-known, but mainly for machinery, automotive, and chemical and pharmaceutical. This is really a very important sector in which Italy plays really a very interesting role. In fact, in all those sectors, such as life science or pharmaceutical, Italy has a lot to offer. And these are those sectors that we call innovative sectors. And I would like to tell you that here in the States, the Italian Trade Agency, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, succeeded in setting an innovation center in San Francisco. I hope that some of you already know the Innovate Center. That is really the first experiment for a public entity abroad, and we hope it will be, it is only the first, and some more will follow in the future. And it is a center where we organize various activities, especially for the innovative sectors and for startups. So I invite you all to visit that center, and of course I'm here available to give you all the information you need. I thank you very much for your attention, and here we have our details, network and social email and social network for any kind of information and assistance you might need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and now I would like to invite Professor Antonio Giordano, scientist, president and founder of the Sbarro Health Research Organization. Thank you.
So thank you very much for having me here and being part of this important event for the 800 years of the Federico II. In Naples, even though I graduated in 1986, I think also I was part almost on the borderline between Federico II. I was in the medical school of the old medical school of Naples. I think it's almost the limit, right? With Federico II, we are, I don't know that. Anyway, the Federico II really was able to have a big impact in the community in Naples, but also was able to generate really some outstanding professional in many disciplines. Have you heard from the president, Professor Lorito? And today I'm here as a NIAF board member, and as a NIAF board member, I want to tell you that not because I'm Neapolitan, but one of the major goal that I had when I joined the board of directors of NIAF were two. First one, to have more Italian from Italy on the board, because I realized that many board members, even though were very successful, they knew very little about the new generation of Italians in Italy. And the second, not to be biased, since many things that were generated in the south of Italy, in Naples, because as a Neapolitan, somehow we're slowly now we are recognizing, you heard also how many times we could say the first time happened in Naples, right? And then really it is true. I mean, unfortunately I was not yesterday also to the presentation of Professor Arena. He had a major role that we lobbying and basically on Filangieri, on the major impact that Filangieri had on the American Constitution. In fact, Federico II is going to have an important role in promoting the Filangieri presence in the 250th anniversary, okay, of the American Constitution. So the major challenge was to appoint on the board of Temple Italians from Italy very successful. And 90% of them were Neapolitan. I'm talking about Dr. Ruffo, Alfonso Ruffo, Massimo Petrone, that had also a fantastic major role also in creating and potentiate the link between these two countries, and Aurelio De Laurentiis, Antonio De Matteis, Keaton, and in addition we open up really major links, okay, with the Italian community. So for me, being here as an EF that represents or is an outreach of 17 million of American Italians, just a big number, and also today I'm going also to the president of the Sons of Italy, that is the other large organization. Unfortunately, I cannot be on both boards, okay, but I am one of their advisors, and they asked me also to to send congratulations also to the president, Professor Lorito, and there will be actually the event in NIAF on Saturday. Okay, so there will be when we are going to give an official award also as a NIAF, as a part of the major NIAF program to Professor Lorito and Federico II. So I think that is it. I think that we can say that we are extremely proud that finally we have this invisible bridge between the origin of many Italian professionals that are in the United States that can walk on this bridge easily. Before people were now they can move, they can walk on this invisible bridge from United States to Italy, from Italy to United States. And there is not, and actually some clear example, okay, of the success. I saw the Professor De Laurentiis here, that is a fantastic researcher, and I think Federico II was able to bring her back also in Naples. So it's a demonstration also how competitive the university is and how the university does not want to lose, okay, some of their scientific minds, okay, that were trained in Naples. So I stop here, and I want to thank you. I want to congratulate Professor Lorito, and the party will go on. Okay, we'll move from Philadelphia, Washington, and I'm sure that we are going to even potentiate this program, but we are going to potentiate this program not like simple immigrants coming from Naples to here, but having a major role in the American society, having a role that really is a leaders, like it's not like some minds that from either we are lending, we are losing. That's not, it's different. Our immigration, our scientific in this country changed completely, okay? We come here already with a strong cultural background and with a strong original, okay? So the father of these scientists, they are still there, and they still are proud following and the career, and eventually to bring them. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. I acknowledge, of course, the leader of the University of Federico II, but I cannot really forget Professor Ventre. That really was, apart from his outstanding and his brilliant professional role, he really was instrumental, okay, in building this program, and so I want to thank him, Giorgio, okay, for that.
I will call to the stage Massimo Petrone, an entrepreneur and owner of Petrone Group in Finposillipo SPA.
Grazie. Allora, first of all, thanks to Matteo Lorito, to Giorgio Ventre, because this morning I know a very wonderful place. Data center at the Cornell Tech University, this campus, it's wonderful. And there is a wonderful view. And maybe it's also important that all the people that are here, then when come back to Naples or to Italy, they tell to everybody what really university has in this wonderful city that is New York City. Guardate, first of all, I am a Napolitan. I am proud to be Napolitan. I am proud to have the degree to Federico II some days ago. Today I am here with two double hats. I am a board member with the National Italian American Foundation, also already say my dear friend Professor Giordano, And then I'm also a board member of the American Chamber of Commerce. The American Chamber of Commerce is the Confindustria Americana in Italy. And I represent the board in all parts of Italy. So the most important companies, American companies, Apple, CISCO, HP, Boeing, that are in our land, is a representative from American Chamber of Commerce. And for me, I'm very proud to represent them. I hear in a very important way the discussion of Professor Matteo Lorito. And I have also to tell you a very nice story. I am a chemist. And Federico II, 800 years ago, was a very illuminated man because he divided two different professionals, from the doctor to the chemist. And this one is important because maybe the doctor, Professor Giordano is a doctor, but the chemist give to the patient the product. Because, and so for this reason, Federico II was the first man to divide the two different studies from chemist to medicine. I just want to connect my two words to ite and to ice. I said to you before that I come from Naples. And I tell you this story. 5 years ago, not 500, but 5 years ago, nobody believed that from Naples there will be 5 flights a day from Naples to United States. Maybe until 2018, I was obliged to go to Rome, to Milano, to Frankfurt, to Munich, to Europe, to go to United States. Today, the story is changed. We can leave from our city to United States with direct flight to New York City, to Atlanta, to Philadelphia, and the future also to Canada. And all these things will bring a lot of economic development, not only from United States, but from all the American continent that comes direct to Naples and they stay to Naples. And this opportunity was so important that from next year, also from Sicily, we will have 2 direct flights a day from Catania and from Palermo to New York City. This is important. This is important because all these things can bring to our country a very big possibility of development, in economic field, political, social, and everything. Our university, my university, is maybe the longest, 800 years. It's a very important flag that we put today in the United States, thanks to Matteo, to Professor Giorgio Ventra, that was the professor that bring Apple Academy from Cupertino to Naples. And also today, in one of the most important newspaper on Naples, there is a very important interview of Professor for this reason, because also the British government saw this fact so important that make an important interview to Professor. I saw in the hall a lot of friends. Sorry if I don't announce everybody. And just 3 things. I am proud to be Italian, to work with the United States, and to be Napolitan. Thank you to everybody.
And now we will start the program of the day. With our keynote speaker, Massimo De Andreis, General Manager of SRM, an economic research center related to the Intesa Sanpaolo banking group, who will present the Naples industrial ecosystem and its interaction with the University Federico II for technology transfer.
Thank you very much. Just waiting a few seconds for my presentation. Thank you, Giorgio. I think it's this one, yes. Full screen. I can use this one, right? Okay. So, first of all, I would like to thanks very much Professor Lorito and, of course, Professor Ventre for this invitation, for inviting me to this conference, celebrating here in New York 800th anniversary of Federico II University. So it's a very big pleasure for me to be here. Let me just spend a few words to introduce myself. I'm the general manager of SRM. Perhaps some of you knows, but for US public, I want to just to underline that we are a research study part of Intesa Sanpaolo Banking Group. Intesa Sanpaolo Banking Group is the first Italian bank, and 2 weeks ago reached the peak of the first EU bank for capitalization with 72 billions of capitalization, which is a huge amount, and we are a big bank, and we are proud to be at the peak of the European banking system. So my intervention today is, as you have seen from the title of this presentation, is on the Naples industrial ecosystem and the interaction with Federico II. And I would like to start by focusing on the key role that the Naples region, which is Campania, by the way, but to be more clear for US public, I will talk about the Naples region, and the southern Italian regions are playing for the overall Italian economy, but also for the European economy, as we will see in a couple of minutes with some interesting ranking. So the first point, you can see that taking into consideration the period between 2019 to the last full year, which is 2023, the Naples region has a 3.8% of GDP growth, which is more than the south of Italy and more than Italy. So this is a great news, because we come from a period of time, which is at least 20 years, where normally the southern Italian regions and Naples was under the GDP average of the national GDP, the national GDP average. We are above, so this is an important change in comparison with the previous period of the economy, And you can also see that, for example, exports reach important peaks. We will talk about export. We have already seen some interesting view on the export and the trade relation with US, but it's not only with US. Export is growing. The number of enterprises is growing, especially limited companies, as job creation is growing, which is quite important. Yesterday, Professor Lorito showed some university ranking, and you said you don't like ranking. I don't like ranking too, but rankings are useful to see the position. And now let's see some interesting economic ranking, especially on manufacturing companies. You see that if we consider the southern Italian regions as a European country, it will rank at the 7th place for number of companies in manufacturing sector. So not all companies, manufacturing companies. And if we look, Naples is at the number 19. So, Naples is a city, it's not a country. It's just to make the comparison with countries. Naples, as region, is between Finland and Lithuania, and the southern Italian regions are between Spain and Slovakia in terms of number of industrial companies. This is unexpected. This is unexpected, but this is the truth. This is, these are figures, these are numbers. And if we look what kind of companies, in what sector they are especially in 5 different sectors, which are aeronautics, automotive, agri-food, apparel and fashions, and pharmaceutical sector. And we just had Mr. Petrone, which is a great entrepreneur in this sector. And again, we start to make a link with Federico II. You can see that yesterday we saw the different presentation of the different departments of the university, and these departments, there are different departments, but many of these are related with these key sectors. So there is a strong relation. This sector, these are sectors where technology plays a key role to be competitive and where cooperation between companies and university is essential for being more competitive. Let's look a little bit more in details. You can see these 5 sectors, so the one I have already mentioned, aerospace, agri-food, automotive, apparel, fashions, and pharmaceutical, which altogether means 5.3 billion of value added, which is the GDP contribution, which is 50% of the total wealth of the area. And you can see also in terms of local units, means the number of companies, in terms of job, in terms of export contribution, which is quite important. These sectors are essential. And not only, I mean, I think it's very clear, very evident that when we talk about aerospace, we talk about high technology. But we talk about technology also when we talk about agri-food. Yesterday, we had a great presentation of what Federico II is doing for the sector. Wine, the wine sector is a pillar of agri-food for Italy. And yesterday we saw that the agriculture department of Federico II, for example, is at the peak for food technology, wine science, sustainable food science, and so on. So just to say that not only on what we can imagine for high technology sector, but also for other sectors which are perhaps less technological, but where technology now is the new frontier to be competitive. These sectors are not only important per se, but also for the overall national industrial supply chain. And here we have I think two important information. The first information is that if an entrepreneur invests 100 euros in one of these 5 sectors in the southern Italian regions, there is a spillover effect of 57.2 euros that remain in the south of Italy and 42.8 euros that goes in the north of the country. Why? Because there is an interconnection. There is, of course, an interconnection for the supply chains. But this is an important information because that means that investing in the south of Italy is not only useful for the Italian economy, for the development of the southern Italian regions, but is also useful to enhance all the economy of the country. And there is another information which is quite important. We talk about export. We had here the Italian Agency for Export, which do a lot of job to improve export. So let's check this information. For every euro exported abroad, slightly more than 1 additional euro, 1.3, is directly to the rest of the country because Naples companies are mainly subcontractors for big companies in the north of the country. What I mean that if we look only statistics, the statistics are the final export. So the final export that move from Naples to the rest of the world. For each euro, there is another euro of goods that do not move abroad, move to the north for the final process of production, and then from the north move abroad, so is, from the statistical point of view, export of the north of Italy. That means that we have at least to double the quota of export of the south of Italy to have a good overview of what is the really wage of the export sides of the southern Italian regions. Let me also stress another key point. The South Italian regions are not only important for manufacturing industry, but also for maritime transport, ports, and logistics. And the port of Naples is one of the most important ports, not only of Italy, but of the overall Mediterranean regions. And of course, it was It was the same centuries ago, as we have just seen from the presentation of Professor Lorito. You have here some key figures that I don't want just to read and to repeat. Let me only stress the point that a large part of the Italian and the Naples import-export that we have just seen in the previous slide is by sea. So ports and logistics are not only a key sector for the economy, because there are jobs, employees, I mean companies that work in the sector of ports and logistics. So it is a sector per se, but it is also a pillar of the rest of the economy. And this is not only for logistics, also for another element which is crucial. It was crucial when Federico II, 8 centuries ago, founded the university, and still remain crucial, which is the Mediterranean area. And we should remember, when we make presentation abroad, this geopolitical position of the south of Italy, in the middle of the Mediterranean, as a bridge between North Africa, the Gulf, and the rest of Europe. Not only for Italy, I mean, to be a bridge not only for the north of Italy, but to be a bridge for the rest of Europe. And this is for sure what is happening in the energy sector. Ports, for example, are the entry points for pipelines from the north of Africa, the existing pipelines bringing oil and gas, which is essential right now for the moment, at least waiting for the transition to the green economy, but for the moment still remain essential, gas and oil. So from Libya, especially now from Tunisia and Algeria, and from the Azerbaijan, links the south of Italy, and then enter into Europe. But also, for example, the petrochemical industry is located near ports and is now a sector. I mean, the petrochemical sector is a sector that has to be converted into the biofuel, for example, which is something where new investment comes in areas close to ports. So just to fix the point that ports serves also as energy hub for producing new energy, green energy, for example, solar energy, but also wind energy. Just think about the northern European ports. I think that if you have been in Amsterdam or Rotterdam, you have seen the great plants for wind plants production in the North Sea. We cannot do the same in the Mediterranean Sea, but we can do the same in the Adriatic Sea. But we can produce solar energy with, for example, floating solar plants. So now, after having seen the role of Naples' industrial and economic system, let me move on to the interconnection between what we have seen and the innovative ecosystem. I want to stress the point that in the Naples regions there are 7 high-tech districts, 21 public and private laboratories, 25 incubators to support entrepreneurship, 40 advanced public research entities and private institutions, 7 universities, and of course, Federico II is far more the most important and prestigious. So what I want to stress is that Federico II is at the pillar, at the glance, at the corner, whatever you want to use the term, but the point is in the middle of an ecosystem which is quite important, and thanks to this positive ecosystem and the pivotal role played by Federico II, well described yesterday in the different panels, we have seen a strong improvement. We have seen, I mean, as research study of a big bank working for checking the different sector of the economy. So we have seen a strong improvement of companies' performances, especially in the last 5 years. And For example, innovative companies grow more in the Naples region, grow more than Italy as average. You can see in the period between 2014-2020, plus 83% compared to only, we can say, plus 25% for Italy and plus 51% for the south of Italy as the overall regional, southern Italian regions. So the area of Naples going far well than the rest of the country. And the similar trend is for startups. We reach, this is the last data on October 2024, we reached the peak of 1,509 companies, startup companies, which is plus 46% compared to just 2020 and far more than the rest of the south of Italy and far more than Italy as a country. Or the innovative SMEs, we have a list of characteristics to classified companies as SME, as innovative as SMEs, and again, October 24, we reach the peak of the number, this number 225 only for Naples, which is again, with in terms of comparison with the rest of the country, a very important number. These are key numbers for banks because there is an empirical evidence that more investment in innovation and research from companies means more rentability, more efficiency, more competitiveness for the companies. So, by the way, we should remember that Italy reached some months ago the fourth position in the world in terms of manufacturing export. We reached the incredible amount of more than 700 billion of manufacturing export. So at the global level, China, United States, Germany, and Italy. We overcome Japan, and we are far better than France. And this is Italy. But what I want to say is that what we have saw means that the south of Italy gives an important contribution to this. And this has been possible also thanks to the key contribution of Naples' industrial ecosystem. In a recent, 2 months ago, survey that we have done in Intesa San Paolo with 700 companies, an interview of about 700 companies, companies claim the need to invest, with nearly 70% of them showing investment in the last 3 years, and 36% of these are innovative, what we can consider innovative investment, particularly focused on digital technology and sustainability. And looking to the futures, I mean to the next 3 years, the proportion of companies expecting to increase investment by at least 50% of their turnover is 8% for digital initiative, 9% for sustainable innovation, 11% for collaboration with research system, that means collaboration. So that also means that companies are now able to cooperate with universities. So they are changing, and there is a new paradigm, which is quite usual for United States, but was quite unusual for Italy, and this is a good news. We have this change of mentality, we can say. Let me conclude, just two more slides. This one is only to say that a clear example of this excellence ecosystem in Naples is the San Giovanni a Teduccio hub, and a lot of this is thanks to Professor Ventre. This serves a powerful example of how the interaction between the business sector, the university, Federico II, and applied research works in Naples. As a result of these synergies, 13 academies have been established, and you have here the key names: Apple Development Developer Academy. Yesterday we had the Vice President of Apple, but also Aerotech Academy, CISCO Academy, Cybersecurity Academy, Digita, SIC Academy, Smart Infrastructure and Construction, Core Academy, 5G Academy, and so on, Quantum, Agritech, Pharma Tech, because pharma is important, and so on. Just to mention the ecosystem. And this is really my last slide. Intesa Sanpaolo Bank is interested in promoting the industrial sector as its interaction with innovation and university, and this is the reason why we strongly support Federico II and its ecosystem. We are, as I said at the beginning, the first bank in Italy and in Europe, but we have a role that I would say extend behind finance. The group's action range from improving innovation and technology transfer for companies to supporting young entrepreneurship and internationalization of SMEs. In particular, we pay attention to support companies to generate and find skills and competencies for their business. We act to foster existing innovative companies and to generate new ones. And we have to, I put two examples, well known, TerraNext, which is a program to boost innovative startups and SMEs in the sector of bioeconomy, which is quite promising sector, or Agritech in the National Center for the Development of New Technologies in Agriculture. And by the way, Intesa Sanpaolo is the only bank in Italy to have a specialized research center as the one I am proud to manage, which is SRM, devoted to analyze the southern Italian region's economy and other key sectors for the country, as maritime economy, I've already mentioned, or energy. Let me conclude just saying that a strong ecosystem is a primary guarantee for a strong and efficient banking system. There is a link between a strong banking system and a strong ecosystem. So Federico II is a pillar of this ecosystem for Naples, but also more in general for the overall Italian economy. Because let me stress this point, we are too much, of course, because there is a strong link between Federico II and Naples. We are devoted to, focus on this link, but I also want to stress the point that the heart of Federico II to support the Naples ecosystem for the reason we saw before, the link that there is in the different supply chain between the Naples industrial ecosystem and the rest of the country national ecosystem. The action of the university is not only for the local ecosystem, but for the national ecosystem. This is the reason why our bank supports Federico II, and I'm proud to be here today and to celebrate this great anniversary. Thank you very much for your attention.
and therefore currently each year I think you are just involving more than 1,000 people, including people from our university. There are capabilities. It's the academy is never closed. It's totally operative also in August. Therefore, we are involving main courses by Apple developing, but also other integrated courses. It was the first experience, and it has included the learning by doing spirit. Therefore, other activities were starting after this, and the first one was the Digital Academy by Deloitte. It was following the same spirit, providing a non-traditional way to perform the education of people. In particular, this was not traditional education, but capability to perform the training of people working for companies or involved in companies' processes. Therefore, this was very linked to technology innovation hub. And the second one was Deloitte. Then we started the process, including all the academies that were already cited before. We have CISCO, Smart Infrastructure Academy by Autostrade per l'Italia. This is the largest Italian highway system. And then we have Academy by Accenture, the Academy with the fifth generation mobile communication system, the Academy by Micron on electronics, the Academy by Ital Design, related to the production of systems for automotive applications, the Quantum Computing Academy. We are not just producing quantum computers or operating with the quantum computer. We are also considering the type of software. The type of software will be different, and we are trying to train people to develop software for quantum computers. We have Dosso, and also we have an additional number of more than 1,000 people involved each year. As I told you before, the CESMA is the container. This is the center I'm coordinating at now, and this deals with most of the technology transfer activities. It was started from metrology, but currently this is involving any type of technology transfer. It started in the year 2013, and it is including several areas, not just in San Giovanni, but also outside San Giovanni area. And this is coordinating all the activities in order to have also an integrated management for this type of technology hub. This is including joint labs among companies and university teachers. We have academies, that is the standard professional training for companies, and also service labs. Service labs are provided just by university for special services, such as the control for the water quality or the control of radio protection. This is something we can do by ourselves. We have 4 sections: life, quality and healthcare, network and IT system, environmental monitoring, and industrial process qualification. It's important to have containers, but containers are not considered as isolated. You know, the labs have are always the doors open, and there's a huge integration by the activity we are going to carry out. Currently, we have about 30 technology transfer labs, 29 joint labs, 5 academies, more than 50 running projects. We are hosting 2 national excellence centers, such as Meditech, which is dedicated to the digital industry, and also we have Agritech with, that Danilo is about to present to you. So we have a specific presentation on this, and this is the Center of Excellence about advanced agriculture application. The overall space for CESMA is more than 180,000 square feet. The space is important to operate activities, and more than 300 people are involved each day to operate CESMA activities. Sorry. This is a list of labs. I don't want to read, but this is just to show you the topics we are considering, including quantum computer, drones, sensors, all the environmental area, so hydraulic and water quality, anti-seismic. Most of the colleagues that are here are involved in labs at San Giovanni facility. I don't want to mention everybody for time, but I want to thank everybody for being so effective. Just after the era of COVID, this is a place where the people is coming early in the morning and they are going away late at night, because we have a high number of activities, and what is more important, those activities are involving young people. This was a way to keep young people in the local area and to have interesting activity to propose them, not just what is important, this is not just for separated university department, but it was an integrated vision. All the people can stay together and pass all the day together, go to lunch together, to go back home together, and this is very important. Currently there's people that is identifying themselves in San Giovanni, and there's a sort of San Giovanni identity, and I think Giorgio is the first one that can confirm this type of spirit. This is a list of companies. You see many important companies are involved in project or activities or labs in San Giovanni, such as Leonardo, ST Microelectronics, Hitachi, Intesa San Paolo, who was just presenting itself, and you see there's a huge amount of involved company. The National Excellence Center, we see the Agritech, Meditech, and also the National Center for the Italian National Center for Research has more than 1 labs. In particular, those labs are related to cultural heritage preservation and development of advanced structures and buildings. Professor Prota here is mainly involved in those activities. I like to see the face of people. I like to show you the face of people because they are forming the activity. We have activities on drones, virtual reality, advanced materials, the analysis of quality of water and air. We have a special program on the monitoring for all the water we are deploying in university. This is called Uninaquam. There are also academies. There's a special activity that is involving Francesco Tafuri that is here, and this is related to the deployment of activities with a company. Therefore, this is in the spirit of San Giovanni, but that is improving the capabilities for a quantum computer. Therefore, we have a quantum computer that is continuously developing its capabilities. This is a CQC company that is operating in San Giovanni. We have a fifth generation mobile academy. We have cyber security academy. We have capability to operate, you see, there's a barrel of fuselage for a Airbus A320, and we can do advanced acoustic improvement on this type of systems. International cooperation is important. We have 4 types of international cooperation. In particular, we start from integrated project by the European Union. We are involved in about 20 integrated projects in the European Union. We are participating in the International Technology and Innovation Network, such as the IEEE, SAI, RTCA, and others. We are supporting international standard regulatory entities because we have a metrology task, and we are supporting international participants to academy. We seek for international participants into academy. What are the future trends? Future trends are involving completing all the activities I'm showing you, but in particular, it's important, there's a huge request for new space, and we are trying to seek for this new space in producing a new initiative. We have already a large space, but we had a success, and anytime you have a success, you need to find a way to grow up, and we need to increase our international activities. That's why we are here today, and this is our main scope. We are trying to get some links between the capabilities of San Giovanni Technology Innovation Hub and others, and we are improving the dissemination of CESMA activities. So this is completing my presentation. Thank you very much for being here, and you see what is in the next by my colleagues. Thank you very much. Thanks.
And now we have Professor Danilo Ercolini, Professor of Microbiology, and he will present the National Center for Technology in Agriculture.
Thank you very much. Just need to get out of here. How do I switch to presentation mode? I'm opening with the PowerPoint now. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here in this very important occasion for Federico II, and also to contribute in talking about the principal initiatives that are led and are running in our big university. One of these is Agritech, which is responding, led by Federico II, by the University of Naples Federico II, to a very large call of 2022 from the Ministry of Research and the Ministry of University and Research on the recovery and resilience and recovery plan, and this is one of the projects you will hear about. It is a research and technology transfer project, extremely large, covering 5 main strategic objectives in the agricultural sector, and it is by far the largest funded initiative in Italy for the agricultural sector. I'm very We are, as Federico II, very proud. Me and the rector who prepared the whole project are very proud to lead these national initiatives. So we have these 5 main objectives that are sustainable adaptation to climate change, reduction of agrochemicals in agriculture, development and implementation of strategies of circular economy, and development of methods to valorize and sustain the marginal areas, and also to develop strategies for traceability of the food systems. To achieve these goals, we have designed a structure of a hub and spoke, which is like the hub has the management of the project and the spokes to the activities, and we have 9 different thematic spokes that are very specialized in specific themes, specific topics, all going to the achievement, all contributing to the achievements of those objectives. So just to name a few, one is entirely dedicated to the genetic resources and used for the adaptation to climatic change. One is completely dedicated to the development of the enabling technologies and the application of the enabling technologies for sustainability. Another one to the development of processes trying to valorize the biomasses coming from the industries. The very important thing is that we design these very complex structures in order to have one to different spokes covering with the research and technology transfer activities all those objectives that we had at the beginning. Just to explain quickly how we designed the spokes on the basis of the expertise of the potential partners. Part of these big projects that were the spokes, they were selected, and then they had their work organized in work packages responding to specific goals that contribute to the global goals of the center. We, as I was mentioning before, we have an unprecedented size of the project, because we have 320 million dedicated to these activities. We decided to have a large cut dedicated to the infrastructure, which is something we are fighting with at the moment, but it is very challenging, and also probably we will gain important results out of that. The rector already showed our structure. We entirely covered the whole Italian territory, even thanks to the cascade calls that we have launched and closed. We have 24 public universities, then we have private university research centers and private companies, and we are very proud of those. It was very difficult to build up such a complex network of partners. It was an activity that took a lot of time, and the director was fully involved in this activity. But we are very proud to have very important, very large companies together with us working for the achievement of those objectives. Some numbers: we have so far recruited about 200 research assistants. We have 120 PhD students, 250 postdoc fellows, and then we have other positions for 120 other units, and we have also about 1,500 staff personnel, which is a huge, as you can imagine, a huge amount of people working in our center. And this has produced in the first 2 years of project, because we have just started the third, more than 700 scientific publications in international journals, which may sound like a good news. It's not that good news for me. We are starting to be sick of scientific publications, because what we've said from Giorgio is nudging. I mean, it's what we've said from the beginning, from time zero, from the baseline, is that these projects of such size are meant to make the difference. To make the difference, we need to go to applied research, to make patents, to create enterprise, to be involved in entrepreneurship. This is something that we scientists, and I'm I'm among them for sure, are not really accustomed to. So it's something we need to work on. So for the moment, we take the accolade of having such a large amount of publications, but we also want to push the technology transfer during the last year of the project. Because we are already producing solutions. Each one of the spokes has some highlights, some flagship solutions that we are developing. I'm just mentioning a few to make you aware of what's going on, what's boiling in the pot. For example, for the genetic resources, we are using the assisted genome editing and new technologies to try and achieve some new varieties of plants that have roots, for example, which are longer than the usual ones. This is meant to suck up as efficiently as possible water and nutrients that are not available on the surface anymore because of the climate change and the high temperature that we're facing lately. We are developing some devices and decision support systems based on artificial intelligence in order to try and program efficiently the release of nutrients and water where it is actually needed, and so to lay the basis for precision agriculture for our farmers. We have smart irrigation projects. We have projects of many different kinds. For example, we are developing some low-impact electrified systems for the transport of wood in the forests when the wood is collected, because by definition, agritech is really wide with lots of very broad objectives. So we're not surprised from the fact that the solutions are very, very, very different among them. And also many projects are dedicated to develop some processes to have our biomass, our plant biomass valorized to make, for example, biofuel, or to make nutrients, biostimulants, and some other added value products that we can use. As a hub, because we have a hub in Naples, we have a hub in San Giovanni, as my colleague Accardo has just said, we are involved in the management activities, and this is by definition by the call. The foundation is doing the management activities, but we also have planned some what we call some cross-spoke activities, so some activities that are involving all the different spokes, which are indeed the training and the technology transfer activities. We indeed want to make the last miles, trying to get products to the market, trying to get the solutions to reach the farmers, which is something really which is lagging behind, at least in Italy, because the agricultural sector is peculiar. The priorities of the farmers are completely different from having innovation inside their farm. So what we're trying to do with the technology transfer activities, to try to make them aware of the possible advantages of the adoption of these technologies, so that this adoption that is lagging behind is triggered, is pushed ahead by our activities. So we have different initiatives. One, of course, is the Agritech Academy. We are meant to have 3 courses, one in the first and one in the second are already closed, and then we will have another one in the 3rd year. For students that have acquired the MSc by no more than 2 years. So we need to train the extension specialists, those that are the ones that go to the farmers and explain how they can make the difference in sustainability and productivity by adopting the available technologies. And then we also hired, and we are also hiring more in the year to come, some innovation brokers. The innovation brokers are meant to join the farmers, the companies, together with the associations of producers to try and have these further activities and bring the solutions to the market. And then we participate, we are partners of a very large initiative of acceleration, which is Farming Future. Agritech is partner of Farming Future. Farming Future is just granting ideas, applied research results to try and make startups out of them, and then we accelerate startups in a very complex process that we fund basically to try and have in the end solutions on the market, which is one of our core businesses. We are searching for the most promising research groups to try and stimulate them to make companies, to make startups, and to try and valorize the research results. We've recently screened almost 5 million scientific publications, 1.7 million patent families, and 17 billion euros of granting to try and have a mapping of what's happening with the topic modeling technique to try and map what is out there, what the scientists working in Agritech are doing, what are the most promising research groups that we can go to try and see what kind of step aheads we can do with them. We also have an outlook for future sustainability because we have a large grant to spend, of course, but at the end of 2026 this is going to run over, but we want to leave. It would be crazy to step back because we have a very strong network of people already together, already really working fine together, so we want to valorize that, and we are planning some further activities like the training. We can do an executive academy, and this is something that we are launching in 2025, no more for students but for people from the companies, from the industries that want to know more about some specific technologies for agriculture. For example, we are launching the idea of having an international academy because we are very flexible. We can go abroad in developing countries and trying to teach them how to have a good and rational use of the natural resources like water. Some of the African countries, for example, are already contacting us together with through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, International Cooperation, because they have problems to sort, and we can, of course, help with our training activities. We also have the possibility, having this very large network of expertise, we have the flexibility to design some specific courses and training courses and academies on the basis of the specific needs on who is demanding such kind of activity, who is searching for such kind of activities. And also more calls to come, more grants for research, more grants for technology transfer, more commitment to try and have as many companies born from the Agritech activities as possible during the third year of activity and more, because we believe it can be the future of Agritech, but also an important chance for the future of agriculture in Italy and also internationally. Thank you very much.
Now, Carmine Settembre, professor at histology and assistant investigator at TGEM Institute.
Thank you. I would like to see my presentation here, but sorry, I don't see my presentation here. Io non lo so. te l'avesse scaricata. Io l'ho inviata. Sì. Questa qua? Sì. No, perché la tua mi sembra... Scusa. Okay. Okay, good morning, and first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present TGEM. TGEM is the Teleton Institute of Genetics and Medicine, and the main focus of the institute is to understand the pathogenetic mechanisms of genetic diseases and then to develop preventive and therapeutic strategies. So the institute was founded in 1994 by the Teleton Charity Foundation. Is supported by institutional grants that is awarded every 5 years, but also we have also significant fundings from academic and competitive grants. And so at the end, we have a budget of about 50 million euro per year. TGEM has 270 employees in 5,500 square meter lab space, and we are 26 faculty. Each of us has his own group with postdoc, Ph.D, and so and financial support from grants. So during since it was founded, TGEM has produced over 1,700 publications. TGEM and Federico II, I think, is a very good example of how you can have a private to public partnership, because 17 professors at Federico II University are actually TGEM group leader, and this is very important for us because this represents an important exchange of expertise with the department that we belong with, and one of the best examples is how our science that we made at TGEM can be actually translated into clinical trials and into therapeutic opportunity for patients, and this is thanks to a very strong collaboration with the metabolic and pediatric units of the Federico II at the Polyclinic Hospital. So TGEM research is supported by state-of-art facilities that are also open to external users, and we have proteomic facility, electrophysiology facility, behavioral core, animal house. So we have all the state-of-art facility to perform biological medical research, and from this facility there were recently spun two startups. One is Nigeria for the next generation sequencing, and the other one is NovaVector for the production of research and clinical grade AAV vector for the delivery of therapeutic gene to preclinical models, but also to patients. So how we are organized at TGEM? So we have 3 main cores. So the first one is a basic science. The first group of people works on basic science, and this is the cell disease mechanism group. And so this group that I belong to is focused on the understanding the mechanism of rare genetic diseases. Then there is a molecular therapy group that is more focused on developing therapeutic strategies in order to move toward the treatment of patients affected by genetic diseases. And there is a strong interest in developing novel technological approaches for the study of the genomic basis of inherited disorders, and this is really bringing into the institute technological innovation. And so altogether these 3 core cooperate in order to develop new translational programs. So in order to translate the discovery, the basic and the applied discovery into novel clinical studies. So the main disease studies at TGEM are retinal inherited disorders such as retinitis pigmentosa, Stargardt diseases. We have also a strong focus on lysosomal storage disorder that are recessive metabolic disorders, kidney disorders, inherited disorder of liver metabolism such as alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, Wilson disease, and also cystic fibrosis. And as you can see, there is a mark next to the disease that are basically already for which we have already developed clinical interventional studies, while for the other they are in the pipeline. They are still at preclinical stage. So the strategies and the approaches that we have at TGEM in order to tackle these challenging questions about genetic diseases are the following. So the group of basic science is mostly focused in understanding the mechanism of genetic diseases. And so by understanding that the molecular pathway that are affected in cells, in cellular model of diseases, then we try to identify new targets that can be eventually manipulated pharmacologically or genetically. And in addition to that, instead, we have another important approach is the gene pharmacological therapies. So there is a group involved in small molecules and drug repositioning that, of course, work in strict collaboration with the target discovery, because by identifying new target, then we can repurpose drugs for the treatment of specific feature of different diseases. But then another important improvement, and I will give you more detail about this example, is how to expand the capacity of existing viral delivery platform in order to deliver additional genes by gene therapy to patients. And then again, we are trying to establish enabling technologies for the analysis of genetic variants and genomic integrity, but also for single cell and spatial transcriptomic analysis of samples from patients affected by different diseases. And then there are groups working on synthetic biologies. So, but all this work, we try to always to keep in mind that we need a strong collaboration with industrial partnership, because of course the initial phases of our research can be done by thanks to the help of academic grant, but of course to translate our basic discovery into effective therapies, basically you need the support of and the alliance with industrial partnership. And this is so far the several partners that we collaborated with in order to move from the bench to the bedside our discoveries. And in particular, more recently, we are collaborating with the venture capitalists that are investing on our idea and on our results in order to spin off with different companies. And during the last couple of slides will be a couple of examples of how this is working at TIGEM. So this is something that I've done in my lab, thanks to the support of research from the European Research Council that are grant awarded for basic science. And so by working in my lab, we established a novel mechanism of cellular quality control. We discovered a novel basic mechanism of cellular quality control, and this mechanism actually turned out to be important for the degradation, for the removal from the cells of different diseases associated proteins that accumulate, that are known to be at the core of the development of different disorders. And so we have identified how to manipulate this degradative pathway, this novel degradative pathway, and so we are that we have identified potential therapeutic option for diseases caused by protein misfolding in a particular cellular compartment that is known as endoplasmic reticulum. And so, thanks to this in vitro data, preliminary data, then in partnership with Sofinnova, we have very recently launched a company, a startup company that is called Eracol Bio, whose main function is to basically discover new molecular modulator of this pathway. Another important example is instead been developed from the lab of our new TIGEM director, that is Professor Alberto Auricchio. So basically the problem was that adeno-associated viral vectors are very powerful tools to deliver therapeutic interest into different tissues. However, those had limited cargo capacity. So large gene cannot be packed into conventional adeno-associated vector. And so Alberto's lab developed a new platform in order to deliver large gene to improve this limitation, and so to deliver large genes by using novel types of adeno-associated viral vector. And so this has led to the establishment of a novel company that is Avantgarde Bio, that is now launching a new clinical trial for blindness. But it's also important that to mention that, for example, very recently, this technology, so this approach has been licensed to Aquos, which is a company based in the US, that by using the technology developed at TIGEM, basically has performed the first gene therapy treatment for an hereditary form of deafness in the United States. And then this gene therapy, as you can see, the New York Times article allowed an 11-year-old boy to hear for the first time. So this was something developed, the technology was developed at TIGEM by Federico II Professor University, and then has been used by university, American and international companies. And this was my last example, and I thank you so much for your attention.
Now we have Professor Angela Zampella, Professor of Organic Chemistry, the National Center for Therapies and Drugs based on RNA Technology. Thank you.
Okay. Now I will try to find the slide. Thank you, Giorgio. Okay. If you want, I give it a slide on my... No, okay. Più avanti. Close. this one. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Giorgio. Thank you also for the organization and for inviting me to talk today about the National Center on RNA in Therapy that, as I mentioned before, is one of the 5 centers founded by EU, the National Recovery Plan, and on the activity that are in charge of our university within this national center. Just a few words. I don't know if it's okay. What is the National Center? The mission is the identification and validation of new therapies based on RNA technologies and on gene therapies. Among the activity of the National Center, a large amount of a budget is used for renewal of research infrastructures within the spoke, and also in the creation of 2 big, large infrastructures among the center. The Gene Therapy Center in Rome, and the first platform for production and formulation of this kind of molecules at our university. And finally, an intense educational train programs again in charge of our university with the first Pharmatech Academy on this topic and the first national Ph.D. program. RNA drugs are well known from the experience of COVID-19 for vaccination on COVID, on SARS-CoV-2. But these kind of molecules are represent a step change in the health care treatments and are useful for a large kind of human diseases. These kind of treatments are personalized, are based on a specific individual molecular profile, are precise, targeting a specific root of a specific disease, flexible and variably lasting with duration that range from one administration, such as the vaccination, to lifelong results. The structure, as mentioned before by Danilo, the structure of the National Center is an hub-spoke dissemination model with the hub of this National Center is Padua, University of Padua, whereas Federico II University is one of the spoke that we will see in the next slide. The role of the hub is the facilitation of the interconnection between the spoke. As you see in the slide, 10 spokes, 5 vertical spoke and 5 horizontal spoke. The vertical spokes developed new therapeutical concept based on RNA technologies and gene therapy in 5 key areas of human disease. genetic disease, cancer, neurodegeneration, metabolic, cardiovascular disease, inflammation, and infection. Let me see that about 100 researchers from University of Naples Federico II are involved in the research activity of all the spokes of the National Center. Just an example, Giovanni Esposito is the PI for Federico II of Spoke 4. Gaetano Oliva is one of the researchers involved in Spoke 5. Then the horizontal spoke that focus on the advancement of key enable technologies from all aspects on RNA drug development to preclinical and clinical trials of novel gene therapy and therapy medicinal products. Federico II is spoke for the thematic spoke 8 that is focused on the delivery, the precision delivery of such kinds of molecules. As summarized in the slide, from a research activity point of view, the spoke faces all main challenges in the precision delivery of these molecules, such as the engineering of well-known lipidic nanoparticles that were the carrier of vaccination in COVID-19, but with several problems about the extrahepatic delivery, and so to escape liver. The spoke goes beyond the lipidic nanoparticles, looking to different materials for delivery of this kind of molecule, such, for example, polymeric nanoparticles, vesicles, microneedles. Paolo Netti is the PI of the project on microneedles, also addresses toxicity and specificity of adeno-associated virus. Lucio Pastore, Alberto Auricchio are PI of this project, also exploring alternative route of administration. Apart the research activity, the spoke, Federico II spoke is involved in two big challenges in this national center. The creation of the first fabrication area for production and formulation of this kind of molecule in our country, and in an intense educational programs with the National Ph.D. and the Pharmatech Academy. Just to give some information, both initiatives, the National Ph.D., the Pharmatech Academy, are based on flexible, multidisciplinary, horizontal, transdisciplinary training program. The National Ph.D. is the first 3-year training program on this topic in our country, specifically for RNA and gene therapy, with the goal to prepare the next generation of talents in all fields around this macro area: chemistry, biotechnology, precision medicine, nanomedicine, offering multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary research activity thanks to the interconnection between the spokes, and also providing training on the soft skill with participation to summer and winter school. 3 PhD, 3 curricula, sorry, from a mechanism of disease to validation and safety in preclinical clinical studies, but I can go fast here. On November of last year, the first 30 students were enrolled. In the next November, additional 30 students will start the 3-year program. Both group of students will finish in October 2026 and 2027. Next call of this PhD on June of the next year. And then it's a great pleasure to introduce the first academy at Federico II on this specific topic, RNA and gene therapy. The academy is based on a different training paradigm in which the university and the private companies closely collaborate in the definition of the profile, the professional profile of the next generation of talents in this kind of activity. The goal of the academy is to extend the skill provided in the degree courses with a direct contact from the beginning of this period with the world of pharmaceutical companies, using innovative methodologies such as the well-known learning by doing. And here the photo of the first group of the students, the space of the academy at the Complesso Scampia, Federico II, at the School of the Medicine, at the second floor is dedicated to the Pharmatech Academy. Here the partnership, just a few numbers. The first edition with 29 students enrolled, several teachers involved from university and from pharma companies. The photo of the first of the student and the good number, in my opinion, of placement after just 3 months at the end of the first edition of the academy. The second edition just started last week with 27 students selected. Here the photo, again, a large number of teachers involved from pharma companies, and then really few slides on the big challenges for our university within the National Center. The creation of the first RNA production and formulation area. The area is constituted by different parts. The first that will be ready in 3-4 months. That is the smaller part for this production. Is a production in batches useful for drug discovery and preclinical development. The space includes clean rooms for automated production of coding RNA drugs and chemical synthesis production and purification of non-coding RNA. The non-coding RNA are the smaller RNA that could be produced by chemical synthesis, a space for quality control. The product in this kind of site is the drug product. Then the drug product should be formulated, and the formulation will be done in the nano prototype and the formulation lab at the Department of Pharmacy. This lab is co-founded with the budget of Department of Excellence at the Department of Pharmacy. 3 clean rooms for production, purification and sterilization of the RNA drug together with the carrier to the delivery. Then a quality control lab for the characterization of quality attributes of the final product to use in toxicology, for example, or in preclinical tests. And then, last but not least, really the big challenges for our country and for our universities, the realization of the first fabrication area for pharmaceutical products based on RNA technology. Let me to stress that this is the first platform in our country that include all steps for the production of this kind of product. So starting from in vitro transcription to have coding RNA drug, but also starting with chemical synthesis to have the non-coding drug, then encapsulation, formulation, sterilization, and final fill and finish to have the RNA drug product in amount for clinical phases at least for commercialization. Finally, as mentioned by Lucio yesterday, in close relationship with the platform for the production, the realization of TT labs with the aim to turn the idea into a drug product. This space is under construction at the Change space in Naples with 2 big labs for development and validation of all aspects in the frame of chemistry, biology, purification and formulation, but also scale up, transition from lab scale to pilot scale production, document intellectual property management with the final aim to transfer process to production plants. The final slide is the budget. The big number is the budget of all center. As you will see, the budget for our university within this national center, the cake, we will see that a lot of budget is put on research project, infrastructure development, technological transfer, educational training, with a key role of our university on all topic of the center that I hope that I give you today with this short talk an idea of the activity of our university within the center. Thank you very much.
Now, before the lunch break, we will have a chat with Pier Giulio Cappelletti, Professor of Georesources, the Museums of the Federico II, Public Engagement and Dissemination of Knowledge is his plan.
Thank you, Filomena. First of all, it's supposed to be a chat, but I will do a question by myself and also answers. Maybe some of them could be wrong. We'll see. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Giorgio and Enzo for inviting me here, but first of all, also for realizing such a very nice atmosphere between colleagues, and we share very nice moments, and I hope that also we will share in the future this kind of moment. Basically, I will speak about the museum. You see that my provenance is DISTA, which is Department of Earth Science and so on, and then Centro Musei delle Scienze Naturali. Well, I had a different life before coming director of the museum, because I was postdoc at Los Alamos, I was visiting professor at Indiana University at Bloomington, and then Gaetano Manfredi, former rector, decided to appoint me as a director of the Centro dei Musei delle Scienze Naturali e Fisiche. Later also Matteo decided to confirm me in this role, and for 6 years I give a hand in running the university museum system, which is described in the statute of the Federico II University and consists of 4 different centers. The first is the one that I will speak about, but also the MUSA, Museum of Agricultural Sciences, involved into the system, the Museum of Veterinary Anatomy, and the Botanical Garden. I will speak about our vision of the reason why such an important university should have this kind of museums. But I will speak on behalf also of Stefano Mazzoleni, of Paolo De Girolamo, and Paolo Caputo, which I don't know why, they share the same vision with me. We all together going into one direction. We had a new regulation recently, and it states that the university museum system are designed to provide classification, preservation, enhancement, and enjoyment of the cultural, scientific, natural, historical, artistic, and technological heritage of the University of Federico II. Well, this goes on the path that this morning Matteo described us. We decided to give ourselves a new visual, so each color stands for a different part of this system. We had a new website where you can reach all of the 4 structures of the museum system. And as I mentioned, I will speak about my museum, the Natural Science Museum, which dates back to 1992, but it's constituted by 5 museums. And without any kind of modesty, the Mineralogical Museum is the larger one, the most important one, is the oldest one in Italy. It was date back to 1801. Then there is the Zoological Museum, founded in 1813. Then the other 2 came. We will run probably very fast the addition of the Museum of Chemistry. In 2012, the then rector, decided to arrange the museum into a center. Later in 2012, the Museum of Physics joined us, and we have very nice collection, of course. We have more than 300,000 exhibits, and a large part of these exhibits are historical exhibits because they were collected during the history of this museum. And there are very nice stories about that. And we are looking at the museum like jewels, maybe sometimes hidden jewel, because sometimes also other colleagues of Federico II University, they don't know about this. And we want to put on display this exhibit, but also to testimony, as written on there, the scientific liveliness of scholars who work in our region. We have an exhibition surface area of more than 3,500 square meters. Some of these pictures are important, but we have also this one is Ferdinand I and his wife, Carolina, who decided to send students all over the Europe to enhance their knowledge about mineralogical and the resources of the former kingdom of Sicily. And we have very nice, just one of them. This is a marble sculpture by Canova, and he found out what is a geological common things to find impurities inside marble, such as that quartz crystal all over there, and he decided not to do any more with this and send it to Teodoro Monticelli, who was the former curator of the museum. So this piece of Canova marble statue stands in our museum since 1851. These are marble inscription who dates back exactly the 1801, like the foundation date. We have also very nice pictures, drawings of the former 7th reunion of the Italian scientists held in the museum hall. We celebrated in 2001 the bicentenary of this museum. I repeat, it's the oldest museum, mineralogical museum in Italy and one of the oldest in Europe. And as probably this one is from Paleontological Museum. Maybe there are others, dinosaurs. This one is an Allosaurus fragilis, 300 million years old, but none of them is suspended on a floor tiles dated back in 15th century. So this is the Paleontological Museum. I have a very short video that will speak louder than words. And I proudly confirm that this is the first drone used in our university. Okay, so we can go on and give you some information about the visitors. We have more than 50,000 visitors per year. We organized many activities like preservation of different exhibits that we have, rearrangement, new installation, cataloging, installation review, collection of rare books, restoration of historical specimens. We do also some little bit of research on historical, bibliographical, and archival research, also with other colleagues from the Federico II University. We also do some scientific publications. Some of them are important. And basically, we are involved deeply into the third mission activities that our Federico II University is carrying on. We held thematic seminaries. We organized days of conferences and so on. But we also had very interesting, fun, and educational activities for young children that are spanned all over the museums. Yesterday, I remind that Professor Gaetano Oliva said that when you see that your customers are smiling, you will be doing very well. And we have a lot of very happy customers at our museums. We organized also some guided tours to all citizenship in occasion like opening during the week, the weekends. We also held some conference, study days and seminars. The halls that are used for these are only the Mineralogical Museum and the Physics Museum. We organized also temporary exhibit. We also linked some of our exhibit to different museums all over Italy. And we organized show market, concerts, because some of the acoustics of the halls are very good, and so they organize concert. We are part of the streets organization. Basically, we define ourselves a place for everyone, where children, where people, where foreign delegation, also during COVID pandemic, were visiting us. We had also some very important visitors. Here is Alberto Angela, and here is Tim Cook at the Mineralogical Museum. We organized also a welcome to foreign delegation that visit our university. This is from Colombia, China, Madagascar, and so on. We had also some innovation, a centralized ticket office, excavation simulated area, some 3D area, and so on. We also had some gadgets. By chance, if you are interested, there will be the video brochure. If you are interested, you can have one. And we also had a lot of interaction with high schools and so on. But, oh, by the way, we are just had very important financing for the removal of architectural and sensorial barriers that will allow visitors to go to old museum. Keep in mind that we are into a 15th century building, so we had some trouble with these kind of things. But in the end, the message for us, yesterday I heard a lot of very interesting things, and the one that strikes me yesterday, and I would like to repeat it, was the one made by Professor Ereditato, who told us that we have to prepare people for university, especially working on young people. And we don't need to have the top 5 scientists, but we need to work on the rest, 95%, to educate them, to have the chances of working, of being in a university, very, very important. So this is my takeaway message for today, and here is said maybe in a different way. So I'll thank you for the attention, and once again, thank you for inviting me.
And now there's a lunch break, about an hour. Let's kindly take a seat, please. Please, let's take a seat. Thank you, everybody. Can we close also the door and... We will now be presenting session number 4. Keynote presented by Professor Antonio Ereditato, physicist, professor at the University of Chicago. Professor Ereditato will be presenting the University of Chicago and Fermilab, Transatlantic Cooperation in Innovation and Technology Transfer.
Grazie. Vabbè, allora, aspetto ancora 10 secondi che entrino tutti. Capisco che dura dopo pranzo. Allora, io in realtà non so di cosa devo parlare, nel senso che quando Giorgio mi ha detto questo titolo, questo è il titolo che ha trovato Giorgio, io gli ho risposto, gli ho fatto 10 domande, lui ha fatto gentilmente finta di leggere e poi ha detto no, fai come vuoi tu. È la lingua, bravo, è la lingua. Allora, innanzitutto faccio un disclaimer. Oh, sorry, I was speaking Italian, I'm sorry. Okay, so I can say again that I actually, at the beginning, I didn't know what I have to talk about because Giorgio fixed the title and I asked him what I have to say. And then he said, you say whatever you want, fine. And now I want to know this. This talk is largely useless after the nice talk given by Massimo De Andres. Is Massimo around? He left. Okay, you can tell him that I recognize that he said everything.
We will.
So, as he said everything, and he said a lot of numbers, facts, I would say just a few, like color. You have somebody talking about color. So nothing serious. So, since this is not serious, let me start. I have to talk about innovation and technology transfer. So what is innovation? I went to understand innovation doesn't come from English, comes from Latin, and it's the act of process of innovating, of introducing new systems, new regulations, new production methods, and similar advancements. This looks very positive, right? If you go and dig in history, you say that in England, about 1540 or so, at the time of Shakespeare, there was this definition: a novel change, experimental variation, new thing introduced in an established arrangement. What you can understand between the lines? That at the time of Shakespeare, innovation suggested something not really positive, something able to destroy an established system. So there is apparently there is a contradiction or a conflict between the Latin interpretation of innovation and the Anglo-Saxon culture. That's a question. I don't know. I don't think so, but it's just a nice way to start a talk. Okay, so Giorgio, since you paint me with this nice tie about technology transfer, you paid. Sorry. Anyway, somebody paid me, and then I had to study what I'm talking about. So technology transfer. What is technology transfer? We all talk about this, but we have to know what it is. Technology transfer refers to the process of conveying results stemming from scientific and technological research to the marketplace and to a wider society, along with associated skills and procedure, and marked in red, and is as such an intrinsic part of the technological innovation project. So this is the link which in the mind of Giorgio is behind innovation and technology transfer. This is a link, okay? You cannot have technology transfer without innovation, and probably there is no meaning of innovation without a following technology transfer. Well, if you want to be more profound, you can distinguish between the two technology transfers. One is so-called vertical or internal, somebody else says internal, which includes basic research to applied research to development, and development to production. The other one, which is the subtle difference, is the horizontal or internal technology transfer, which is technology which has already been put in place and is further transferred and used in another place, or in another company, in another infrastructure, in another environment, or, as everybody says, in another ecosystem. So far, so good. Giorgio, before you came, I said this. Okay? I got a spoiler. Yes. The answer is yes. Okay. Now, so there is a link, a profound link. Innovation, technology transfer. As I am a professor, I think this is very important for me. The fact that innovation plus technology transfer can produce, among many other things, has an impact, a profound impact on education and training. This is coming more and more relevant. And that's the reason why I said future education and training, which should, or is, or will be, I don't know, based on learn by doing, as we heard yesterday, and learn to learn. As a note, you know this number, everybody knows this number. Now, more than 60% of the students who are today in the primary school will do a job which doesn't exist yet. So, this is important. This is important because this closes the loop. These people will be able to do a new job which doesn't exist yet. And they will have, I don't know, they will make innovation, and this innovation will be transferred to the society, and this will create new jobs, new professions, new activities. So this is an endless loop, and we are somewhere, we have to catch this loop and be in between. Then Giorgio asked, okay, cooperation between the Atlantic, okay, but transatlantic means Italy, means Naples, Federico II, and I told you what he answered. He said, you do what you want. Okay, as I am a physicist, I am even a particle physicist, I cannot refrain from starting with this gentleman, Enrico Fermi. It's probably, well, I'm biased, but I can say that transatlantic cooperation about innovation, that technology transfer, started between Italy and US, started with Enrico Fermi. Well, certainly he didn't decide himself to go to US. He was forced by, as you know, by racial laws. But as a matter of fact, he went there and he started to make Americans aware of the great Panisperna school, okay? And the quality and the value of this physicist. The first atomic, I would say the first nuclear physicist ever. So Enrico Fermi, great man. It happens that I'm so lucky to work in Chicago at the Enrico Fermi Institute. What an honor for an Italian. This institute, this is a picture of 1946. This is the place where Enrico Fermi was living, was working. And you know the story. When he went there, people from the University of Chicago asked him, what can we do for you? He was Nobel Prize. What can we do for, he made the Manhattan Project. He got Nobel Prize. He was God. Huh? It was called the Pope, as you know. The Pope said, I want an accelerator. And they built a building, this building, and they built an accelerator for him. A synchrocyclotron. And this is Enrico controlling the accelerator that the University of Chicago donated to him. So why I'm saying this? For a sad reason, because this building is being demolished these very days. And I'm so sad about that. I could not convince the president to keep it as a monument, but, well, so have a look. This will not be there anymore. Joking apart, we can say that everything started with Enrico Fermi, but the cooperation in a more organized way, in a more structured way, I like to mention a name which I was afraid that somebody would have mentioned this gentleman, but nobody did. So I'm happy that I will mention for the first time. And this is Luigi Napolitano. This is about 60s. Well, I should not explain who Luigi Napolitano was to Napolitan or to engineers, but Napolitano was professor of aerodynamics and astronautics, a discipline which looks very modern, but it's where the 60s. And he has been pioneer in research. And he was first collaborating with NASA, developing spacecraft, propulsion systems, and he was even appointed head of the Italian team that contributed to the NASA research program. And basically this created a school. I think he was a student of Nobile, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, thank you. Well, he was a great scientist, but not only a pure scientist, okay? He was really making technology transfer. He had a profound, deep knowledge of the basics, science behind, the physics, but he applied this to machines. So I think this was a clear example of innovation, certainly, but also of technology transfer. Yeah, from the 80s to the 90s, since everybody's doing some history here, I will also try to do a little bit. From the 80s and the 90s, partnership extended to include universities in several fields. So let me make a disclaimer. I'm sorry, I apologize for not considering everybody, forgetting somebody. So I would say all the time, these are examples, okay? But certainly in fields like computer science, biopharmaceuticals, engineering, this was the base of this strong collaboration. This is not just a commercial, it's true. There is a strong collaboration, strong synergy between Naples, not only Federico II, but Naples and US institutions. The picture is kindly provided by ChatGPT. Okay, this is not provided by ChatGPT. It's a nice picture which says how innovation and technology transfer can bridge different points of view, different situations, different infrastructure, etc., ecosystems or whatever. Now, and that's the reason why I feel guilty talking about this after the talk of this morning, but in a very general way, we can say that in Italy, we know that hundreds of companies are actively collaborating with US partners in different sectors, the one which I mentioned before. But Naples and Campania, we learned today, we are at the forefront. We are really doing, I say we because as you know, I'm Napolitan and also alumnus of Federico II. We are really at the forefront in several fields, aerospace, pharmaceutical, automotive, with dozens of companies really working hard and engaging in collaborations with the US institutions. Here, of course, I will have to give examples, and when you make examples, you forget always somebody. Aerospace and defense, well, I want to be fast, so I will not read all that, but I will just pin down some names. Leonardo, collaborating with a US institution, CIRA, TGEM, we heard today, Dompe Pharmaceutical, we also heard. ICT and automation, this is also another field which is blooming. ST, Microelectronics, these are the collaborators. Magaldi Group, unfortunately, my friend Letizia could not come. I prepared this for her, but she's not there, okay? Please tell her. And how, I mean, we have to mention what this gentleman is doing. Sorry, Giorgio, but we have to say that what you are doing, I think it's a paradigm change. Why I think so? Because, well, we should have probably another talk, because this is a very complicated, very complex subject, the one of academics. Academies is not just something fashionable. Academies is something that universities should deal with. Universities, high schools, entrepreneurs, different stakeholders. Academies is something which we cannot sweep under the carpet, okay? And you are showing that this is education, this is training, this is innovation, and this is technology transfer. Just to tell you that I studied the subject. I am a member of the Aspen Institute, Italy, and in the framework of these activities, we have a permanent observatory on new jobs, new possibilities, and of course, on the related needs for an advanced education, okay? And we made a recent document just talking about, well, besides we talk about transdisciplinarity, but not only. As you see, we talk about academies, and we try to understand the role, first of all, what are the academies, why they are so popular today, and what can we expect for the future? So I invite you to, if you have really nothing better to do, try to read this report, which is public. The academies in education and training, the role of academies in education and training is obvious, but in my opinion, they allow to foster innovation and transfer of knowledge, not only technological knowledge, but knowledge. Okay, let's go back to the list of subjects, items like energy and sustainability. Well, this link between Eni and Federico II is strong with MIT. Tecnam is also another name. Automotive we mentioned briefly, but of course we have FCA with Chrysler. And a breaking news, something that I learned before leaving to New York. Certainly you know this much better, but I want to call this a breaking news. The fact that Italy launches the first national multi-node metropolitan quantum communication network, and this innovative network connects the Italian quantum backbone in Pozzuoli with the Federico II University campus in Naples. This is great, with, of course, with the and the Leonardo laboratories. This is great. This has nothing to do with what I was paid for, I mean, this transatlantic cooperation, but I want to conclude saying that aiming maybe at further collaboration with US institutions. I read what is in the mission of this new entity, and it doesn't seem, so I say that this is a national initiative. The question is, maybe this could lead to collaboration, transatlantic collaborations? This is a question. Maybe if somebody knows more than I do, can comment. In my opinion, this is extremely important. I would have liked to have the same thing on artificial intelligence, but maybe it's going to come. I don't know. Okay. I was telling Giorgio that one weak point of this meeting is the fact that we don't have questions, answers. We should probably start now, and I would be happy to interact. Last but not least, we can mention explicitly some collaborations which involve the Federico II. And here, certainly, I will have a lot of enemies because I will forget somebody. So please, forgive me, I just mentioned aerospace, NASA, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, smart cities, MIT, Stanford, New York, Princeton, healthcare, Stanford, biotechnology, Harvard, energy, Berkeley, Princeton, agriculture, Cornell. Don't shoot on the piano player. If I forgot something, I apologize. But this means that there is a lot happening. Now, let me make a personal comment. Science is something which develops very fast. The growth of scientific production, scientific discoveries, the slope, it's no longer linear as it was in the 18th century and 19th century. Now it's becoming exponential. This means that in 5 years, in 10 years, we have a lot of changes, a lot of revolutions. We have a lot of spikes on top of the steady increase of scientific knowledge, okay? A spike is the discovery of internet. A spike is the discovery of artificial intelligence, etc., etc. So we are getting a lot of spikes, okay? So what is the result? Result is that if we want to make technology transfer out of fundamental basic science discoveries, we have to be fast, because this thing could be obsolete in a few years. And industry doesn't like things like that. It likes to make a clear planning. So these things are in conflict. I have to plan over 10 years in order to make a product from discovery to production, but I also have to be ready for the unexpected, because maybe I start production or commercialization of a product which becomes obsolete in 5 years. So We have to pay attention to this. Science is going fast. Technology transfer should match the speed. I don't know how to do it, but I have to say that. So, you will be happy because I finished my talk, and I would conclude with this nice picture from ChatGPT, but that's what I propose to write myself. So, artificial intelligence and human triviality, I would say together we innovate, bridging borders, advancing the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. Now we invite Professor Marra, sorry. So sorry. Professor of Political Economy, who will be presenting Bridging the Atlantic, Collaborative Lessons and New Pathways to Innovation and Entrepreneurship.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I really want to thank the conveners, Professor Giorgio Ventre, Professor Enzo Mora. I want to thank the rector and all colleagues and participants that are here. So my talk today will be about an initiative of technology transfer, even though it's not just regarding technology. And let me tell you, this is a sort of an experiment conducted in field. I'm an economist by training, so I'm not working in the lab. It's a non-traditional initiative / technology transfer, which is called Pathways to Innovation and Entrepreneurship. I'm going to talk about how this initiative got started, how it got implemented, and what type of results I have observed thus far, some preliminary results and some key takeaways, just per reflection and probably debate. As I was telling you, I'm an economist by training, and I've been working at the international level, on economic development interventions, programs. And lately, I've been working also on innovation policy evaluation. I'm very much interested in the effects, in the results of these interventions. So I have some major seminal authors that have profoundly shaped, my thinking and my research and my action research, mostly, because this is something that I've done, but it's also a way for me to conduct research, what I'm telling you in a minute. So I've been evaluating social and economic implications of innovation, and mostly the ethical dimensions of them, of these interventions, where you have knowledge shared between researchers, scientists, entrepreneurs. They explore and generate new knowledge, but when it comes to commercialization and monetization, we need to think about the ethical implications about these processes. But let me tell you from where I got started, and specifically the problems, the gaps, and the context. We are in the Campania region, in the south of Italy. Overall, in Italy, we are observing severe lack of skilled labor, especially ICT specialists. Companies are asking for these professional profiles, but the issue is, and it's sort of a paradox here, that are not able to absorb or they show lower absorption capacities. So no matter how systematically and passionately we train our students sometimes are attracted, our graduates actually are attracted by more competitive labor markets. So this is the paradox. There should be some demand for work, but and supply for these positions, but we're also observing brain drain. And specifically in the South, we also observe a less intensive interaction between universities and companies. This is something that has been studied in regional development science, also economic policy. In other words, companies not only have a lower capacity to absorb high qualified workers, but also they innovate, sometimes because they are asked for it. You know, it's the market pressure, or it's the client that asks for innovating their products. So they lack a sort of a strategic approach to innovation. And on top of that, we are also facing long-standing economic constraints. In other words, we are classified as a less developed region by the European cohesion policy, and therefore we suffer from other productivity gaps. But I don't want to enter into these details. I just want to still talk about the costs of innovation processes that, by the way, are underway. What we have observed thus far is that these innovative activities concentrate in urban areas, they agglomerate in the city of Naples and Caserta, so some territorial disparities have arisen. And, of course, we have the persistent gender imbalance, not only in STEM, in the field, but also in the decision-making positions within companies. And I just mentioned the brain drain and the social inequalities that, of course, got worsened within urban areas because people just move towards these centers, you know, to find jobs, better jobs. But some good news is there. This morning, the representative from Intesa Sanpaolo showed us, you know, very promising data about production activities in the Campania region. I can tell you that I've conducted more granular type of analysis within industries, and I have witnessed, I have observed some sort of a shift towards more tech-intensive activities, and so a higher, greater diversification of activities. Of course, when companies decide to innovate, these are complex decisions to acquire new technology or existing technology. We cannot just reduce these decisions in terms of R&D, private or public expenditure. This is a sort of, you know, distortion. You know, sometimes, you know, companies, you know, undergo more complex rounds of decision-making, investment-making, and we cannot just look at this data because it could be just inadequate. We need to talk to entrepreneurs and understand what type of rationale they have when they embark on innovative strategies. And then, you know, another piece of that I already anticipated, these collaborations between companies and science and technology agents are increasing, and this morning it was already mentioned, but this collaboration is not prominent, and I'll show you in the data. So there is margin for improving. On the left-hand side, you have this study that I have conducted over the past decade showing the shift in the specialization of production. So you can see some new industries there that employ more technology-oriented type of activities, besides all the traditional sectors. And on the right-hand side, you have the sort of agreements that companies stipulate to acquire new technology. And you can see these are typologies, and this data comes from ISTAT, by the way. Most of these agreements are stipulated with consultants, private consultant, private research institutes, suppliers, clients. The university is there, as I said, but it's not prominent. So again, there is margin for improving. Just the last piece of research, the whole interest, my research interest in innovation came with understanding what the campus of San Giovanni, the newly, actually not so new, campus established, what type of relationship that campus had established with companies in the proximity context, as well as some very innovative companies in the region. And this is just a snapshot. It dates back 2022, so it's a little bit outdated, but this shows the sort of patterns that we have observed thus far. Bilateral relationships, companies, universities, university companies. This goes back also to the type of work faculty conduct. Every professor has its own network, and you have these knowledge-based interactions, but if you see the network there, you have very few contacts, very few exchanges among companies, and no commercial exchanges among companies. So when you speak about the ecosystem, you need to think about more in terms of knowledge-based type of exchanges, and we are not yet at the commercialization phase, overall, on average, of course. So what role can university play in this context? A couple of years ago, we organized with colleague Dr. Fernando Gomez Baquero and Dr. Raffaele Trapasso from OECD an international expert meeting, trying to debate about these issues, involving, of course, scholars, scientists, but also practitioners, professionals, working in incubators, accelerators, and other type of brokers, intellectual brokers. Some of the key points, the discussion points, and the insight that emerged in this meeting were just listed on the right-hand side. Comprehensive assessment of territorial problems, not just infusion of technology, stakeholder engagement, a contribution to sustainability assessment, but also trying to raise awareness on sustainability issues. So with these different insights in mind, I've been designing this initiative I'm talking about today. The objectives, trying to support this university business collaboration to accelerate the pace of innovation. I guess here the policy is trying to really make it at a faster pace, sharing knowledge and a responsible research and innovation culture, and connecting regional and global ecosystem. And it comes now the transatlantic collaboration. In other words, the logic was trying to connect local entrepreneurial networks among them, and also with more advanced realities which are over here. The approach was going back to my, let's say, philosopher, Albert Hirschman, the art of trespassing disciplinary boundaries. It was, in other words, a transdisciplinary approach, trying to leverage knowledge translation among different academic groups, focusing on implementation. By the way, it's learning by doing, and including different stakeholders in this knowledge generation process. Yesterday, a professor, don't recall the name, another philosopher, was Floridi, yes, was proposing this dilemma, you know. On the one hand, the episteme, the Greek problem he mentioned, the episteme versus techne, science versus the technical knowledge, the know-how. I would put another notion also into the equation, which is metis, the Greek notion of metis, which is practical, contextual knowledge, tacit knowledge that you generate when you are in a specific situation working with your stakeholders. And that's, I think, what technology transfer is about too. So I've been conducting many consultations with colleagues. There was a scientific committee. Dr. Fernando Gomez-Baquero was there, as well as other fellows from University of Naples, Federico II. These colleagues helped me identify some PhD students we could work with and experiment with this transdisciplinary approach. I'll tell you in a minute. But the key information piece is this one, the partners. I developed this project. I applied for some funds at the US Embassy in Rome last year. I was selected and I got the fund. I got the grant of $50,000. It's not that much, but it was just, that small amount of money to begin with this experimentation. So we developed these partnerships between the University of Naples, my department, and the US diplomatic mission in Italy. And some other partners also got along in different phases of the project. So we have partners at the beginning, some other partners during the workshops that we organize, some other partners here when we arrived in New York. And I'll tell you how this pathway has unfolded over time. We developed 4 thematic and territorial workshops. We wanted to get outside classrooms. We didn't want to stay in the ivory tower, and we wanted to meet with real problems, real entrepreneurs. So we went outside, specifically in sparsely populated and depopulated areas, not in big cities. We moved from the eastern periphery of Naples towards Cava dei Tirreni, and then Altavilla Irpina, and then Cangiano. This is an Apennine ecoregion. It shows many physical, natural, and socioeconomic distinctive features that are specific, but to some extent can be also compared with other regions throughout the world. And then we also designed a summer course in New York here, which consisted of 5 modules dealing with entrepreneurship in deep tech ventures, the challenges of entrepreneurship in the social real, social innovation, social entrepreneurship, impact investment, and sustainability assessment. That was a specific focus. And a lot of networking with different actors, stakeholders in this very dynamic ecosystem. So our 2 target groups are here. On the one hand, postdocs, PhD candidates, graduates, start-uppers from very different backgrounds. And on the other hand, small and medium-sized enterprises coming from 4 specific industry sectors that have showed some dynamics in terms of accelerating innovation. These are the fellows, young and emerging researchers coming from industrial engineering, but also chemistry and social innovation. So a very differentiated knowledge base. Here are the companies that have answered our call across the different workshops in Naples, in Cava dei Tirreni, and so on and so forth, and even here in the New York summer school. More than around 30 international and national experts. The format of these workshops was quite standardized in terms of having keynote speakers, setting the stage for strategic thinking, and then contextualizing these presentations into roundtables with entrepreneurs and showing collaborations with universities and industry, and a lot of networking again. Along the way, we were called on to solve some problems, and this was the Consortia for Wine Producers in Irpinia that asked us, questions about how to deal with stress, water stress, how to deal with depopulation, how to deal with the fact that farmers are aging. And other professionals also joined our workshops and the summer school here. So IT, so European Institute for Technology Food, Fondazione Brodolini, managing, for example, in a major innovation program, the National Arts Academy in Naples, the Ente per il Turismo, and the Wine Production Consortia again. Very interactive learning here when we got to this place in this Magna Italia. I call it Magna Italia because my friend Fernando yesterday was mentioning the Italian, the diaspora, and we know that there is an Italian diaspora. So there are so many entrepreneurs and scientists residing in this area. We tried to tap into this network. We had speakers from Cornell Tech, City University of New York, Columbia University, but also representatives from Banca d'Italia, Banco do Brasil. Today this morning there was this fellow, Alessandro Gaiano, who is the Deputy Treasurer for Banco do Brasil. And then we had Italian Trade Agency, Italian-American Chamber of Commerce, of course, also involved. Institutional visits to the consulate, to the Italian Institute of Culture, networking with 2 researchers association of scientists and scholars, which are based here in North America. And then we had the evaluation of learning. We were able to have this collaboration with a tech company here that devised an app on the mobile for the mobile. And so learners were just providing their feedback for each module. So we have evidence of learning, because also we issued certification, joint certification between the University of Naples and my department, of course, and Technion, Jakob Technion, Cornell Tech. Key learnings, I don't want to get into too much detail about that. I have just a very brief video. If you want, I can give you the report on evaluation of the learning outcomes and some lessons learned, just for few reflections. We need to operate at different levels, different scales that could be beneficial for researchers, of course, but also for entrepreneurs. But for entrepreneurs, it's most difficult to buy into this concept, especially those who are not so much dynamic. For them, coming here or being in any sort of training would be costly in terms of, time conflicting commitments. Networking, co-creation is a way to extend this, the impact of scientific and technical knowledge. When we come to job and venture creation, this is a little bit more difficult. We cannot easily get to this situation in which our students, develop startups, especially in most depressed areas. There you have to work on the quality of life of people and territory. So there's a need for a more systemic approach. And technology transfer, of course, the offices are probably not so much the solution in that situation. Nor is just counting the number of patents and licenses. We need to develop some more sophisticated evaluation criteria or parameters to understand how technology transfer works and what type of impact that generates. What is very interesting, and I'm going to be very quick, it's this ecosystem, the New York ecosystem. To the extent it's able to leverage entrepreneurship education with the financial sector, the investors, the startups, and the city government, all converging towards a commonly shared mission of social and urban regeneration. I'm going to, of course, there's been a lot of press coverage. I have my friends here from New York, and this journal, the New Yorkese has also written an article on us. Other articles are available. By the way, more details are at the website shown there. But just very briefly, this video from some of the participants, the core group, with their own voices. It's really quick and brief.
What the other researcher, other people do, and maybe also that I can dig horizontally, not only vertically.
There's a knowledge aspect of it. I think there's a knowledge aspect of it, as I had the chance to get to know several actors who are active in, from different areas, different angles, which would allow me to have a more wide perspective and, of course, wide knowledge on something that is of interest to me. So I'm a scientist and I'm a researcher, so this is all new to me because the field is quite different from what I do. So this is really challenging and inspiring for me. In terms of skills, what I learned is to work not just in a lab, as I usually do, but work with colleagues on a project that is so complex and different. So the skills that I implemented was to collaborate with other researchers that were not in my field, so economics, socialists, and other fields. So for me, it's very interesting because I had the opportunity to open my mind under different aspects because I didn't know anything about the innovation, entrepreneurship, how can I face financial problems, how can I organize a canvas model, for example.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you very much.
attention.
Thank you, Professoressa. And now we have Professor Bruno Siciliano, Professor of Control and Robotics, who will be presenting Robotics and AI for Interaction Technology.
My dream came true. Giorgio as my assistant. Okay, here we are. It's a very good afternoon to everybody, and thanks very much indeed to our rector, Professor Matteo Lorito, and friends like Giorgio and Enzo to be here this afternoon. These are exciting times for robotics and AI. Often, if you read any article about AI, often is the case that the iconic image of AI is often a robot, is often a humanoid. So, if we want to dig into robotics and AI, AI is about intelligence, of course, it's a tautology, but it's also about perception. Because, you know, we use ChatGPT nowadays, and so we exchange like some images, some videos, we exchange some text, we exchange some vocals. What is robotics? Robotics is defined as the intelligent connection of perception to action. So we have the two ingredients that we have in AI, namely intelligent cognition and perception. But what we have in robotics, we have the physical action. And in one word, this can be represented in terms of manipulation. What does an infant do in the first years of life? Infants, like 3-month-old, 6-month-old infants, they touch, they explore the world, they touch all the objects, and they try to grasp the object and bring them to their mouth. And the parents get worried. And why is this? Clearly, the level of intelligence of a 3-month-old child, infant, is not the same as like 2- or 3-year-old boy or girl, okay? So this is acquiring information about the world through the tactile perception. This is a very important concept which people in robotics and AI are currently studying. This is the concept of embodiment. So embodiment means that not only do we have a sort of neuronal cognitive intelligence, but also we have a sort of physical intelligence. And you read, and probably you saw this video, you know, it's about ChatGPT. Now, Sam Altman is the guru of ChatGPT. When OpenAI, which is the company that introduced ChatGPT, was founded like 3 years ago, there was a sort of statement that the challenge for OpenAI was merely on cognition and not on manipulation, because the physical intelligence was judged to be too complex to, you know, to tackle. In a time lapse of 2.5 years, you know, the scenarios changed. Why is that? Because this video shows the very first attempt to create a sort of generative AI, like ChatGPT, which would be able to support the physical action.
Hey, Figure 1, what do you see right now?
I see a red apple on a plate in the center of the table, a drying rack with cups and a plate, and you standing nearby with your hand on the table.
Great, can I have something to eat?
Sure thing.
Great. Can you explain why you did what you just did while you pick up this trash?
On it. So I gave you the apple because it's the only edible item I could provide you with from the table.
Great. So, based on the scene right now, where do you think the dishes in front of you go next?
The dishes on the table, like that plate and cup, are likely to go into the drying rack next.
Great. Can you put them there?
Of course.
All right, so how do you think you did?
I think I did pretty well. The apple found its new owner, the trash is gone, and the tableware is right where it belongs.
So why is this important? Because this is the very first attempt to create a physical generative AI without having mathematical models of the physical system. So is this going to impact our education, our approach to research? That's a big question for us. And because of this, together with a colleague and a friend from University of Pisa, Antonio Bicchi, we published a comment in Nature like 3 years ago about the transition from the era of ICT, information and communication technology, to a new era, which is the era of interaction technology, where the acronym is intentionally made of 3 letters to disambiguate from IT, which would be like information technology, and it would be the same initial as interaction technology, but also to stress the importance of the physical action. And this is very much in line with the current program of Industry 5.0, or if you wish, Society 5.0, Agriculture 5.0, because besides the 2 buzzwords that our politicians use, which are resilience and sustainability, the most important issue is the upper vertex of this triangle, is the human at the center of the technology. So the transition from Industry 4.0 to Industry 5.0 is not only targeting at groups of users, but also to the individual user, to promote talent, to promote diversity. And in this scenario, communication also plays a very important role. We all think that thanks to 5G, our smartphones, our tablets, they go faster. But if you look at the triangle, the magical triangle of 5G, the most important vertex this time is the lower left vertex. This is the issue of latency, of the delay. No matter how fast our communication channel, our network will be, there will always be some delay. So the challenge is this latency, constant or not? Because if we can ensure that it's constant, then we can connect people and machines, robots and humans, not only locally, but also globally. And because of this, together with the transition from ICT to IoT, we are experiencing transition from the Internet of Things, data. So if you take an image, if you take a video, apart from the artistic component of the photographer, of the filmmaker that shot that video, basically the parameters identifying an image are absolute. Whereas the tactile perception is something very personal, very emotional, and it varies from one human to the other. So this is a transition from the Internet of Things to the Internet of Skills. So this time it's not only the data, it's not only the things, it's also the human skills, which are associated with the individual human. And thanks to the 5G technology, we'll be able to develop the concept of 5G-enabled tactile internet. So this was an intro to the issue of technology and technology transfer. Now, a few words about our Department of Electrical Engineering Information Technology. The year 2023 was a golden year, not only because Napoli was champion, we got the Scudetto, but also because University of Napoli Federico II got 12 departments, our rector emphasized yesterday, 12 departments out of 26 chosen by the Minister of University of Research, departments of excellence. And our department also confirmed for a second term, from 2018 to 2022 and 2023 to 2027. So these are the figures. I don't have time to go into all the details. Just want to mention that the large student population, so we have a big responsibility for our students because they will mark the future of our university and also of the impact on the society, and also, of course, the academies of the department. Now, on the interaction technology, we built the project which was awarded the Department of Excellence, and this is just one slide illustrating this project. And as you can see, the impact of interaction technology has a much wider scenario than robotics and AI, because it involves technologies for smart energy, for e-mobility in the next generation village. So this is the project that we are developing during these 5 years within our department. Now, one slide about my team, the Prisma team. So we are about 45 people, including all the postdocs, the PhDs, and the administrative and technical staff. We've been raising an average funding of 1.4 million euro a year, which is quite an impressive record for a group for a team of this size. And 25 European projects funded in the last 18 years, including 2 ERC grants. We have partnership with a number of foreign institutions and companies, patents, awards, and so forth. And these are alphabetically ordered, the 6 areas of research within our team. And besides the Prisma Lab, 8 years ago, we gave birth to a new venture, which is an interdepartmental center for advances in robotic surgery. This is the Icarus Center. And our team has also stamped 2 startups. One is Neobotics, on inspection and maintenance of industrial plants and civil infrastructure. And the other one is HeRobots, which is another startup involved into development of soft robots for inspection and also for some medical application. This is a video illustrating in 1.5 minutes what we've been doing in the Prisma Lab. This is at Chesma, where is Mimo? The flying arena. Much in time with the Ribalta tonight, right? I made it on purpose, of course. So, a few words about the patents out of, these are only some of the patents. I have one slide with 4 patents in medical robotics, manipulation of medical robotics. There's a mini-invasive surgical tool. So the tool you see is one of the typical tools that you mount at the tip of a trocar of the Da Vinci system. So the idea is to provide more dexterity with a sort of 3 jaws hand, grasper and gripper for the surgeon to operate. Another patent is about a surgical tool for in-hand rolling, because as I was discussing with our friend from MIT, that will be talking later in the session, one of the issues for surgeons is suturing and anastomosis. This is a very tedious task after the surgery itself, and it requires a lot of stress and dexterity by the surgeon. So we have one patent about a new surgical tool which allows to achieve a sort of in-hand rolling to speed up the process and have less tiring on the surgeon hand. And also is another patent about miniature disposable tactile sensor, and one more about anthropomorphic prosthetic hand. The story about aerial robotics is quite funny. I remember in 2009, I got a phone call from a friend and a colleague at Alma Mater University of Bologna, Lorenzo Marconi. Giuseppe knows him quite well. And Lorenzo called us because he wanted to get us involved in a project on aerial robotics, because we were good and experts in visual surveying. And the people in my team say, no, we know nothing. We're not aerospace engineering. We were discussing with Andrea earlier. We know nothing about aerodynamics. But the beauty of robotics is that it's very interdisciplinary. Believe it or not, since 2010, we got 8 projects, 8 European projects funded on aerial robotics at European level. You know, the acceptance rate is less than 5% nowadays. So there's no team in Europe that got so many projects. So it's, you know, this is like really my keep the gradient philosophy. You have to challenge, you know, you have to really tackle new challenges. And so was the case for aerial robotics. So 4 patents out of this work. One is a hybrid drone for ultrasonic pipe inspection, and this is quite interesting system because one of the caveats of aerial robotics technology is autonomy, is batteries. So here, the idea is like to land on the pipe and spare and save energy, and so is the case for the drone for inspection and maintenance of high voltage power lines, in which we exploit the magnetic field of the power lines to get a sort of 24/7 working system just to get the energy and the automatic recharge in the station on the power lines. And there's also a robotic drone for non-destructive testing of civil structures. Think about the tragedy of the collapse of Morandi Bridge in Genoa 7 years ago. This was also because of lack of systematic inspection and maintenance. So why not to use these drones? And in fact, we have a cooperation with Edoardo Cosenza, who is a colleague in our university, and Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis is a network for all the labs in seismic engineering with Tecne, which is the development company of Autostrade, for the systematic inspection of viaducts, bridges, and tunnels, which is very critical for our country and, of course, for all countries. And another hybrid patent concerns an amphibious drone for deep water analysis, in which this is the concept of transforming machine, that robot that can fly, can land on the water, and then can take some samples underwater. And so we carried out some tests in the Gulf of Naples. There are also other robotics team at Tonina, which are worth mentioning. Actually, robotics is so pervasive, it's so transdisciplinary. Yesterday, we had a wonderful presentation by our friend and colleague, Cristina Mele, about the use of social robotics. And social robotics and social assistive robotics is also the field of investigation of the PRISCA team, which is led by Silvia Rossi. Now she's a full prof, right, in our department in computer science. Tackling issues like human and context awareness, personalized service robotics, social assistive robotics, speech dialogue systems. And there is also an active group led by Professor Antonio Lanzotti in the Department of Industrial Engineering. This is the IDEAS labs, and they have a number of research areas which include additive manufacturing, fusion engineering and design, soft robotics, and sports engineering. Now, what is the impact in terms of technology transfer? Now, I have to say as an Italian that we are lacking a true entrepreneurial culture. 3 weeks ago, I was in an audition at Palazzo Chigi with the government, and I was called by the Golden Power Group. And the Golden Power just took me as an expert to have an opinion about the acquisition of Comau by some equity partners in the US. You probably remember that KUKA, which was the leading European company, robot manufacturers, was purchased by the Chinese 4 years ago. And so there is no major robotics manufacturer in Europe any longer because ABB is Swiss. And Comau was the last one. But nevertheless, I don't want to make any political speech here, but I was truly disappointed that the Golden Power Group allowed Stellantis to sell the technology to the US. Hopefully, some strategic technology within Comau, and I'm speaking about Uvo. Uvo is a company based in Pontedera. They have some excellence in making exoskeletons, wearable robotics. In my humble opinion, the exoskeletons will be the next pervasive technology. And it's a robotics technology after smartphones, because they're used by workers. They can be used by operators of civil protection. They can be used by tire surgeons, by anyone having to do a sort of physical work. So my humble hope is that those companies which are part of Comau will not be sold to the Americans. Of course, this is an Italo-American meeting, so it's a sort of issue. But of course, as an Italian, I'm sensitive to this. And nevertheless, a major initiative is RoboIT. RoboIT is the national pole for technology transfer in robotics, and this work started 3 years ago, thanks to CDP. CDP is a Cassa Deposito e Prestiti, is a major financial player, probably is the biggest one in Italy. And they launched this strategic initiative in robotics with a partner, which is Pariter Partner. It's a partner with a specific insight into robotics and AI, and there is a hub and spoke model. So the hub is Italian Institute of Technology. This was a political decision, and the 3 spokes are University of Verona, Scuola Sant'Anna in Pisa, and University of Napoli Federico II. And also, it's remarkable to say that as a sort of corporate partners, Leonardo Finmeccanica, which is the biggest group in our field, has been involved. It was mentioned by Mita during the presentation, Robosan, because like Vittorio Triferi is like the CEO of a company, and she got him involved. This is Robosan, which is the first proof of concept that has been funded coming from our university about a sanitizing robotic system, just to really to have the inspection and sanification of all the environments, especially after the COVID pandemic. The final slide is devoted about, this is partially confidential because this is kind of nurturing ideas. We have one project together with some doctors at Ospedale Niguarda for the development of a local regional robot-assisted anesthesia. Because Ospedale Niguarda is the main hospital for Cortina 2026. And the idea is to have in Sondalo, which is a sort of twin hospital to Niguarda, the possibility of using, through the network, through the 5G technology, a sort of remotely assisted anesthesia in case of any kind of accidents for the athletes in Cortina 2026. But my big baby is the new ERC grant, which I've received. This is the Synergy grant, and this is the Endotheranostics project. I believe very much into this revolutionary project. It's about developing a new technology, which we call theranostics technology. What is this word? I mean, it's of course an neologism. Theranostics means to do the therapy, the surgery, during the diagnosis. To have the possibility during a colonoscopy of inspecting the suspected mass, the polyp that you see there, and also to operate with a micro-robot with 2 arms and allowing the surgeon to excise and remove the polyp with safe oncological margin. This is a 6-year project that started July of this year, and our hope is that in the final year we'll have tests on human volunteers, and then we'll be able to create a startup company and to transfer this technology and probably to sell the technology to one of the big players, like for instance, I don't know, Cambridge or Medtronic or Siemens, Olympus. But just our mission is really to fight the colorectal cancer. Believe it or not, in the US the data are slightly better, but in Europe, colorectal cancer has a mortality rate of 50%. And this is totally unacceptable for the level of mortality of the cancer itself. And you know why? Because it's diagnosed too late. Because people don't want to undergo screening because colonoscopy is perceived as sort of uncomfortable and undignified exam. So the idea is to create this less invasive method with this kind of robotics technology that can solve and excise the polyp in one shot. Thank you very much indeed for your kind attention.
Thank you. And now we have Professor Francesco Tafuri, physicist, Professor of Experimental Physics at the Substance and Application, who is presenting the 2540 Superconducting the Quantum HPC National Center.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, good. First of all, I would like to thank Giorgio, Enzo, and our rector for organizing this really visionary initiative. I'm really very happy. It's a privilege for me to be here now with all of you and to tell another story of Federico II. which is concerned with the superconducting quantum computer. And I will tell you the story. And actually, we have basically transformed an idea and expertise into a real quantum machine. This quantum machine is in Napoli, in the south. It's public, and costed only 4 million euros. That is some kind of record. That has been done within the HPC National Center. And my ambition will be not only to show you what I've been doing, but also that there is some kind of sustainable ecosystem behind. That means that we can handle physics, implementation, operation, hardware, and we can see the future. So it's not something that we buy and stays there, something that will evolve with time. So a few words about HPC Center, High Performance Computation, Big Data and Quantum Computing Center. Is INFN is leading is the hub, leading the affiliates, and as you can see here, it covers all Italy, and it has the ambition to create the future platform for big data and high-performance computation. About the teams of the project, here there is a good exhaustive list, and we have two main here. This one, number 1 and number 10, which are about hardware. All the other ones are about software. Federico II is involved in 4 of them. 2 of them are software, and Nicola Mazzocca is actually the spoke leader of Digital Society Smart Cities, which is the spoke number 9. And I will go to talk more about quantum computing, so the last one. About the goals, the goal of Spoke 10 is try to develop hardware and software and to try to do something which can help in solving problems that now are considered unsolvable. And also another very important point is the hybrid calculation with the quantum computer and classical computer. This was the promise. Actually, Napoli was involved with quantum optics and with superconducting part here, and the idea was to have a 5-qubit machine at the end of the project, which means February 2026. What we have been doing is something we've been much faster, and now I'm going to talk about what we built in much shorter time. So, but before that, I feel the duty to tell you just the principle which is behind. Actually, the classical bit is like you are North Pole or South Pole. A quantum bit, you can be everywhere on the surface of the Earth. So there is a possibility to encode much more information, and this can be done by counting, as usual, energy. And here we have the 2 levels, and the 2 levels are something that we are used to think about atoms. All of us understand that, and basically, when you are here, I feel like, these are the 2 basic energy levels that you use to be in an overlap of states. So this simple idea is behind the quantum computer. Actually, it's very easy to think when you use basically quantum entities like photons, ion traps. What is surprising, and that's a big revolution, that there are some special systems which are superconductors that can do something at another level. Basically, for superconductor and for Josephson junctions, quantum mechanics occurs at the macroscopic level. So it's much easier to have something scalable, something that can be interfaced with our electronics, and that's why all big companies from IBM will come to that. Google, they use superconducting platform. All this can be transferred in energy information. This is what we call washboard potential, and behind that there is the idea of how to make it work. Just to tell you how things can be reduced to some kind of simple idea. The basic principle is tunnel effect. Tunnel effect is that basically you can pass at this level at the same energy. You don't need to go on the top of the mountain, you can go through the mountain. That's what we call tunnel effect, and this simple idea is behind the transistor that we use, everything in our electronics, but it's behind the quantum computer, the superconducting platform, but here there is something more. Actually, every operation of the quantum computer, there is Harry Potter crossing the wall at the station. So whenever you think of a quantum computer working, it's happening exactly that. Quantum mechanics is occurring at the macroscopic level. That's the property of superconductors. Their phase transition is really something magic that happens, but it works. So, but why quantum computers? Because basically, now we use computers and we try to map nature by using differential equations. That's our language. But if we use a computer which speaks the language of nature, life will be much easier. That was the idea of Feynman. And this started to be reality in the last 20 years. And just to give you a measure of what it means new physics, new capabilities, but in terms of problems that couldn't be not solved before. But Google demonstrated a few years ago that they were able to solve in 200 seconds a problem that would take 10,000 years. That's what we're talking about. So this changed perspective on all kinds of problems, how to solve them, that before was not possible. So that was the lab, that was a space this last year like that, and in a few months we built space, that's the new lab, and we have this fridge, which was the old one, it's here, and this is inside of a fridge where there is these quantum processors. This goes to about 10 millikelvin, close to absolute zero, and these are all lines. This is some kind of fridge, only that the liquid inside is very special. And this is obviously when it's closed, and when it's open, all these are the lines which control lines and commands. This is a 5 qubits quantum processor produced by Quantware. We got special guests, the rector, the major, and this is the big fridge which contains the quantum computer with 24 and 40 qubits that I'm going to describe shortly. Obviously, Europe also, like us, has been some kind of good practice examples for all Europe, the computer we have built, and actually there are officers from European Community, and Tommaso Calarco, who is the big boss of Quantum Flagship. This was at the inauguration. So this is the fridge. Actually, yesterday I was very impressed that our rector showed the system. These are, it's not only gold. There is a lot of physics inside and a lot of technology. I know, and also his ambition is when it's not anymore to be used, he wants to bring his home. And so here we have this is the qubit. This is 24 qubits. We are going to upgrade in a couple of months to 40. This is the layout, the connectivity. Depending on the connectivity, you can solve problems, and that's the final device. So I want to give you the feeling that there is real expertise physics, and you'll learn to do what to do. So these are different temperatures, and what my students can do is to do the whole process. So this means that they have full control on each step of that. That's what it means to be in university, to have free research, and to be able to train with top infrastructure students. And this is just the lines. It's an amazing work. Now we are kept to arrive up to 100 qubits. In a few weeks it will be 40. Obviously it's not the problem of the number of qubits. It's a problem of how to know, how to think physics, how to do quantum physics and quantum engineering. There is a lot of tricks here. There are filters, amplifiers, everything is there. There is a complicated electronics, and here there is electronics where we can handle up to 40 qubits. And just to give you an idea of the measurements, actually the system is fastly growing. We have a lot of amplifiers, we mount things, and we experience more and more. And we also get support from Nobel Prizes, both Giorgio Parisi and Tony Leggett. They're very supportive along all this time. And, just to give you the idea, we have basically what I've shown you, there are these 3 parts: physical quantum processor, the controls, and the readout. There is a lot of physics, a lot of quantum engineering around that, but that's a basic process, and that's what we can do as a physicist. And then engineers, That's a nice part of being Napoli. You can do all the software part and all the languages. About that, just to give you, it's not simple. You need to characterize all parts of the circuit, which is resonance, qubit characterization, and the calibration. You need to talk to the machine. You need to calibrate that before every operation. Even, the one by IBM, Rigetti, Google, after a few hours, the machine is lost calibration. You have to calibrate again. So also to tell how much space there is to improve also all the software part. So my students are great, and they learn in a couple of years an amazing amount of work how to handle all that. That's simple examples. We have a big advantage with superconductors because we can talk to microscopic levels. But we have to take account that these microscopic objects suffer more easily from decoherence. So we have to handle them better. Here, just to tell you all the characterization of the 40 qubits, we know to do everything about that. And once we characterize each piece of the circuit, we can start handling 2 qubits gates, that basically some kind of superconducting transistor. We can do that. Bruno, one day, in your machine, there will be this way of thinking. Yeah, and then we also were able to run the first algorithm with a few qubits, even with the 5-qubit machine. Again, with information people, Gianni Acampo from, and so here we can operate what is very sexy for engineers. We can do quantum gates. That's the physical, the end of that. And when we can, so what can be done here is also that, and also the group of Nicola, they are coming to see us, and everybody will come, how also to change the language, because we take care of the hardware. Then how to change the language, how to control. There's a lot of Python, the controls. That's just to tell you what it means to be able to have control on each step. We can change whatever we want. It's not that we buy something like this computer and it's locked. Here, we can enter in all parts, and we can enter, in my opinion, also in the future. Obviously, we are in the States, and I feel honored that such a huge country, IBM, Google, Rigetti, CISCO, and I will talk about this, they give the shape of the future. IBM has an immense program that is, is leading all teams, and with a lot of application in different fields. There are, for instance, targets that are considered really closed for real simulations. These are a bunch of companies. If we want to talk about companies, and here, a group of them that we work with. Just in a few years, we are collaborating with a lot of companies. Some of them are very close to us, and I will show in a moment with a couple products we have. And there are some more. A lot of companies coming to us. We have some kind of, we are learning a few things together, a few things we can really do very well, and there is some kind of nice future. That's by McKinsey & Company. That's some kind of map of what can be used this quantum computation program. It's here. I also would like to tell something very important that touches my heart, also how we got to that. Because, this doesn't originate in one day. Again, this is academics. This is Federico II. It's a long story. My maestro, Antonio Barone, that started this School of Superconductivity in the 70s. Obviously, we put our life. There is also a personal story. I was here as a student in Berkeley, Stony Brook, and then working for IBM for a long period. And then we had some kind of critical moments that prepare us to be ready now. Hiring very good people this year. Oops. Then we got first fridge. Then CISCO, actually, Domenico mentioned before. This case, Americans came to Italy and they opened a lab with us, a joint lab in San Giovanni, because they were interested in our expertise, they were interested in our school. And we learned a lot together. Then we made the first measurement of, this was during the COVID time. We were allowed to travel in the city because we were doing something very strategic. Then I would say that these 2 years are fundamental for Italy for quantum awareness. They was first promoted by Gaetano Manfredi, a PNR with quantum technologies, and then PNR with a few measures on that. And then, this was flourishing years because we measured 5 qubits, and we planned all the systems that I showed you before, and we're ready for the big adventure. We got approved a few European projects, and we got collaboration with CISCO and Quantware on a steady basis, and with a lot of companies in the world. I want to stress that. This is not to impress you, to make you feel, these are different kinds of qubits. There is a lot of physics here, it's very exciting. But I want to show you that here, all the different qubits have been invented at universities and research centers. Don't forget that. IBM uses invention of Yale. And and so, just to give you the flavor of things, that's why we are an ecosystem in a general world awareness of that, and we can do our in-house new hardware. We can design that, plan that. We have again collaboration with CISCO and Quantware, and we can invent our own device, and that we have a few patents on the pipeline. And here, obviously, this is the part of the physics, and then here we expect big help from engineers, because that's the part we have to build together. We are getting to the conclusion, so we can basically take care of all that. We can do that, we can design. We have our qubits made in the Netherlands. Actually, before I should tell that is important. We also have, and our rector can be proud of us, we have a Neapolitan qubit. It's the 6th one. It's based on a special Berry-Johnson junction. We have our own qubit that we have invented. We have our, and here, so we can design, we can think the physics, we can do the planning, we can engineer that, we can do all that. We can measure. Now we can do everything here, and we know also how to improve. That's our weak point. At the moment, we do that in the Netherlands, in Chalmers, we design, but they have to do outside. And then was another big story that we started, now we are getting to that. Our nanofab, which is going to be in the 80, strong collaboration with engineers again, that's a strong synergy. And that was the room last week, 10 days ago, and now this was yesterday. The big camion is coming. This is the EBL machine. The EBL machine, which is top level, is one of the 10 in Europe that will allow us how to do all the quantum circuits to the nanoscale. I would say that's another big important Federico II of Napoli in South Italy, that there is nothing else. And this was this morning, all the things are inside, and now we are going to mount them. And I'm looking for, these technicians from Japan, will spend with us 4 months to mount the whole machine. While the other one I've shown you, it was only by us. Here, there's some commercial part, obviously, we don't care. We are getting to the conclusion. So, what is going to happen? 40 qubits by the end of the year. External user. First, they will come to Napoli, then we'll put in the cloud. We need companies to do that. There's a lot of novel physics. We are very excited to offer a tool to investigate problems that up to now were not possible. And we also think about replacing parts. We invent amplifiers and new qubits, complete the production chain with the nanofabrication. And then another big important part, always with the information people, engineers, interface with classical high-performance computing. That would be the first part. We can run small algorithms, but then the big issue is to do part of the calculation in the quantum computer and part in the classical one. And that's why, we have in San Giovanni, the other big machine of Cineca, that, most of the money went to Bologna, but 40% went to South, and we have the second big computing cloud in Italy after Bologna, which is going to be in San Giovanni, and the director can give us some details. Obviously, education. Education, I've written with my hands, we are, Ph.D. master and PhD. We have the two of them, and then this is the sense of that. We have a lot of amazing people that we are growing up, and you know, this with collaboration with Quantware and SIG, and we are going a great generation of scientists. And then there is the very last story, is that this washable potential, you know, to leave you with a message, you know, macroscopic, quantum, you know, I'm telling you that the superconductor is a giant atom, so this is the moon behind our Vesuvio, so I leave also with an image, you know, and this was a few minutes later, and, you know, we are still dreaming, just to tell you the sense that even the moon can do macroscopic quantum tunneling, can cross the Vesuvio without passing on the top. That's what it means, macroscopic quantum tunneling, and that's... Thanks for the attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now we have a panel, collaboration at the Digital Innovation Forefront. Alessandro Bonatti, Professor of Applied Economics at MIT. Frank Dillard, Vice President and Chief Diversity Inclusion Officer at Micron Technology. Frank Sersa, American Chamber of Commerce in Italy. Okay. Giuseppe Loiano, Professor in the Mechanical Engineering Department at New York University. Agostino Santoni, Vice President of CISCO Southern Europe. Thank you.
Well, welcome to this panel, and thank you so much for having me on the program. No, Giorgio, that's okay, actually. No, it's a good example for the topic of the panel. I'm really grateful for the opportunity, and Giorgio, especially to you. I am an economist at MIT for a long time. I'm a proud alumnus of Federico II. I'm wearing the tie as well. I'm interested in the economics of digital markets. So when Giorgio asked me to participate in this panel, I had to face with the challenge that I'm really a base researcher. I'm not an applied researcher, and I've learned millions of things during the day already. So I thought I would be the one asking the questions, especially because I work at an institution where private companies fund over 20% of the research that gets done in a given year. Okay. So I am familiar with the concept, but I am not directly involved. And in fact, I have to thank Antonio Ereditato for starting the disclaimers at the day. I'm thanking you for starting disclaimers. Oh. Okay. So my disclaimer is I'll be the one asking the questions and maybe summarizing what happens at the end. Okay. We are very lucky to have two key leaders in tech who are sharing their expertise with us, and a colleague in the academic profession with Giuseppe, who's here at NYU. So why don't we start, and I can ask a general question to all three of you, and then maybe we can go into more targeted questions based on your different expertise. So. Maybe we can start with you. But,
okay, fine.
But as always, when one thinks about starting a collaboration, and this can be academic or private sector or business partnership, I think it's important to have an idea of what success looks like. Right? So the first question is when you think about a collaboration with an institute, an academic institution, or with a private company, what are we shooting for? What is the key objective? Is it the process? We're going to learn something by working together. Is it a concrete commercial product that then we get to sell and share the revenues from? Or is it to increase the broader impact of our research and of our work?
Well, I think it's all of the above, actually. So, you know, I have the pleasure of leading global inclusion, workforce solutions, and I'm also responsible for talent acquisition for North America and EMEA. So a pretty broad role. Some of it is fairly new, but what I would say to that question is that we're in a unique time, especially in the semiconductor industry. And for us, especially memory, you know, we're foundational to artificial intelligence, if you think about the marketplace right now. In our partnerships with universities globally, we're in 17 different countries. 80% of our footprint, of course, is in Asia right now. We're investing in the US, and we're also doing great partnerships in Europe as well, specifically with Federico II. And the academy that we launched back in 2024, actually we opened in 2024, I think is really setting an example for us across the globe. Our opportunity to partner with the university is giving students, for example, an opportunity for experiential learning. We have a chance to, you know, we're bringing in engineers from Micron in partnership with the faculty and the professors at the university. And that collaboration is going to change the game for us. Our target is master's degree students as well as PhDs. As we think about our overall university strategic partnerships, though, we're not just looking at just, you know, coming in and bringing in our engineers, but that opportunity to do R&D, faculty development, modernizing the curriculum for the semiconductor industry right now is a real critical need for us. Because as I was talking to the dean earlier, you guys, or the universities, they are talent providers. So we need to ensure that we're partnering to make sure that we are sending and preparing semiconductor-ready talent to come in and take on this next generation of engineering, innovation, and leadership in our industry specifically. And of course, we want that talent at Micron. So, thank you.
Thank you. Agostino, can we go? Yeah.
Great question.
Knowledge.
With three, it should work. Great question, by the way, and I was thinking about my contribution of this today's session, and my best contribution is the example of the partnership we have with Federico II. The distance between CISCO headquarters in the US and Apple headquarters are 9 miles. 22 minutes, 15 minutes ago, driving. We are exchanging technology. We are combining our technology together. The only place in the world where we are exchanging together talents is 10,000, 20,000 kilometers away. That is in Naples, in the University Federico II, period. So it's a place where two large IT companies decided together to give opportunities to talents. I'm always saying that talents are equally distributed in the world, opportunities are not. So defining technology and defining a place where you can apply technology at scale, it is the place. So we made it. End of January 2018, our CEO came. There was the entire Federico II, Professor Ventre, and we made it. The key learning. I've been not surprised, but positively impressed by the quality of Federico II in some of the IT topics. The quantum story, the robotics, amazing. Chapeau. My role is to scale. What we have learned in partnership with the Federico II at San Teoduccio is the following. You have your technology, in this case CISCO technology, you have talents, You have an ecosystem where you have startups, you have small companies that are willing to test your technology and your project, and you can do it at scale. So when you are doing it and you have the entire ecosystem from the government of the region, from the entire university, from the entire ecosystem, where the technology, and you have partnership among technology, you create the maximization of the innovation at scale. That is the core of strength of the US companies, by the way, and maybe areas of opportunities of development for the Italian companies. How can I scale my business? So we have learned how to scale technology and innovation through this ecosystem that, again, I'm always challenging in other places in the world, and of course there are at least one. I'm running Europe. I'm vice president for CISCO Europe. I've never seen it. So it's a competitive advantage for the talents and for our ability to scale. Just last comment, when you are creating such an environment, and again, it's not CISCO, it's the university that is driving. We are executing like Boy Scouts. We are just executing with technology in mind. When new technology is coming, you are ready. Quantum computing. We are all in love. Computing. Reflect with me for a second. If we are creating, and this is a great example we have seen before, this ability to maximize data at unprecedented speed, who is taking care of distributing this data? Who is taking care about making sure these data are safer? So we have an opinion on networking. That's why we are leading the quantum networking. Because if you are creating quantum computing, you have to distribute the data at unprecedented speed. If you distribute data at unprecedented speed, the that are taking at unprecedented speed. Where we are experiencing this topic, in the place where the ecosystem is ready. Again, is it CISCO? No. It's the intelligence of the system that we have created, and it's easy to connect our platform to the Federico II platform that is open. And this story is amazing. So my wish is that we'll be able also to replicate this initiative where Federico II is going. I'm in New York, so I'm looking forward to see what we can do together in New York. There's an incredible potential.
So thank you very much. So my name is, as Riccardo mentioned, Giuseppe Loianno. I graduated actually from Federico II. Bruno was my advisor now, a long time back. I am a professor here at New York University. I lead a group of around, now it's about 20 people. We focus on autonomous robotics, mainly in the area of UAVs, fixed wing or quadrotors with a wide range, or ground robot with a wide range of, autonomous machines. And going back to your question, so when companies comes to you, what kind of partnership, you try to build? Well, there's partnership at different levels. Let's say that, you, general company, when a company comes to you, it's because, first of all, you made some great research. So, and probably the company is interested in partnering to see how that research could go to a different level, which could be commercialization, which could be, how to make it to work in a wider range of scenarios, because, when you do research, generally it works in limited settings and, you want to expand. But at the end of the day, it's to partner to, create knowledge. So that's the main component. And, you have students that, generally work on these projects, and many times, the company at the end of the day, when you partner, you try, the student gets hired from the company. So at the end, it's a win-win situation. What I tell my students when they make research, it's either for a company or for, other types of grant, we care about the impact. So if you do research just to its own end, we don't care. I just tell my student, it has to have an impact. Impact can come in different forms. but they need to see that there is a clear outcome that's beneficial for the society, and that most of the time it works. So that's, that's what I tell my students. Actually, all our, research has been pretty much translated into real-world experiments, and, it's going also into products in the near future. So this is the main partnership, when you try to create a research type of grant with the company. So that's when the company is interested in part of your research and you want to bring it to a different level, or the company is interested in incorporating part of your findings into its own branding and so on. Then there are other types of partnership. For example, they have tried to create this kind of consortium where many industrial partners comes together and they sponsor, let's say, a research center. That's happening to us in wireless or in other type of cybersecurity. That has different types of scope. Because in that case, you want pretty much try to push forward the freedom of students, the mindset, and science. So the idea is that they give a sort of fee every year, and then students can work on topics that certainly are related to the company interest, but that are not really tied to a specific project. So at that time, the advantage that the company gets is that the student does free research and does some internship within the company, and at the end of the day, the company, with a little investment, made actually an amazing return, because the company can get lots of manpower, which has been, educated at lower cost and on specific topic directly. So that's the second thing that, that's the second option that the company may do to encourage the collaboration between academia and university. And the third one is more commercial. So at that point, there is something that from the lab is really ready to get to a different stage, and the company may involve the venture funds or some other kind of funds within the institution to basically create a startup and try to invest in this kind of ideas. So that's but at the end of the day, that's to push forward. All are beneficial in different ways to the academia, going more from the research perspective to the commercialization.
Thank you all three so much. And in some sense, Giuseppe's account of all your group's successful collaborations sort of gets in my second question, which is, with the economics hat on my head. It's, well, it's a partnership. There have to be incentives on both sides, right? It has to work for both sides, and there has to be something in the design or the behavior that makes it mutually beneficial. So we're here to celebrate Federico II and to talk about that. So to our CISCO and micro colleagues, I'd like to ask them to reflect specifically on the partnership with Federico II. What do you think was the key or the source of success? Why does it work for both sides?
To be concrete, we know that in our industry there is a lack of talents. We know it. Think about the talents opportunity that we are experiencing on Federico II. Students will be on top of his career as a student, he's gonna become a Apple developers. So he's gonna able to code. After that part, he's gonna be trained on infrastructures. So we are creating a capability that is quite unique. You have coding capability, infrastructure capability, so you know how it works, and then he's ready or she is ready to be taken by the industry. So the experience we are doing now as CISCO, that the people that we are training there, either in CISCO or by our clients or by our partners, now in most of the cases from our partners, they are hiring these talents. These talents, we remember forever their experience. They will stay connected with us. They will take advantage of the learning, and they are creating the scale I was saying before. if you take all the nice, cool technology now, AI, quantum, immediately, 1 second after, you say, okay, let's scale it. First top of mind of everyone is how many people I need to scale it, how many people I have to reskill, how many people I have to hire to make it real. To make it real, you need talents. So we have an amazing factory that is creating amazing talents. And it can scale. I'm not happy yet. I would love to have not just more than 100 or 200 or thousands with these capabilities, because it's quite unique. If you want to succeed today in the industry, in our industry, you have to combine the coding thing with the infrastructure thing. If you combine together, the world is unlimited for the person and for the company that is going to hire. So having a place where you have such capabilities, competing at worldwide level, it's not an Italian best practice. This is a worldwide practice. It can give you the ability to scale at unprecedented speed. It's concrete. It's not the future. It happens, the last examination, it happens few weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not the future of world. It's now.
Thank you, and inspiring.
All right. I agree 100% with what you just shared. As doing everything at scale is what matters, but the talent that we're going to need and that we need now, that we're investing in, is critical. It's essential to our success, especially in our industry, and my industry, semiconductor. What I would say, from an incentive perspective, we're early in our partnership with Federico II. And what I mean by that is we just launched the International Academy. We've had a relationship for nearly 2 decades with the university. But the opportunity to bringing in international students, our first cohort was about 20 students from all over the world. They came from UK, India, other parts of Asia. We had some folks in the program from Russia as well. And one of our focuses is to make sure that we're also integrating and making sure that we're providing opportunities for all. 35% of our first cohort was women. We had representation from our disability community as well. We believe that in our efforts to scale and really build the competencies and the skills we need in the semiconductor industry, we need to open up those opportunities for all. We are training our talent in partnership with the faculty in embedded systems and memory systems and what skills we're going to need to ensure these folks are ready to compete for the jobs in our industry. The other thing that I would say that I think is important is this experiential learning. We talk about it for students, but also for faculty. The opportunity to rotate faculty to maybe one of our sites and to bring in engineers into the university to partner and help support that training and learning experience. So I think it opens up a world of opportunity for the talent of the future, the talent that we need now, but it's a true investment that will make a difference for us.
That's excellent and encouraging. I know this is a party, or a birthday party of sorts, but there's so much expertise, here on the panel and in the room that I felt compelled to ask a sort of more constructive and forward-looking question. So maybe Giuseppe, we can start with you, kind of as a colleague. What do you think us on the academic side? What do you think we can do better? What do you think universities can do to facilitate these types of collaborations further? Because the initial models are quite different. Open innovation, dissemination of ideas versus patenting and taking stuff to market. Secrecy, competition versus collaboration. So in principle, this is not a very easy marriage, though it seems like there's plenty of success stories. What do you think we can do better in our field?
I think the main thing is that, you know, the university should probably stick to its role, which is at the end of the day, you know, research and education. I think what we should do better is, you know, instill in our students creativity. So that's where the next battle will be, because, you know, in terms of, unfortunately, manpower, due to the political situation, the battle is already lost. The part that is not ready yet, that's not done, is the creativity. So we have a creativity here in Europe, in Italy, in the US, that you know, it's it's sort of uncommon. Let's put it this way. Because you think about, you know, problems, you think about ideas that are, you know, outside the box, and those are the ones that are pushing forward, you know, the innovation and really the future of the technology. So I think that's we should keep doing and actually do better in terms of, you know, instilling our students how they can be more creative, they can have more freedom in you know, studying the topic that they want, and also not structure them too much. So that's what I think what the industry will appreciate, because what the industry will do later actually is getting these talents and basically shape them in a way that, you know, they can actually, how can I say it, they can actually, you know, sort of direct their energy to specific problems that the industry is interested in.
Thank you, but it's the same question from the both of you.
I would say, again, I'm not an expert on universities. I'll give you my humble opinion. First, how can we help the students and the new worker at this scaling mentality? So not to be, of course they are in love, and we are all in love with technology. Then there is a feature that how can I bring technology at unprecedented speed in the market? This is an asset that it will require some focus. And last, what I call modern leadership. If I'm reflecting today, what is needed to better do my job, it's a combination of three things. One is be aware of the principles, think about AI, think about the impact it has on society as a whole. So you have to have in mind the way you want to drive AI principles. The second are around regulations. So if you run a business on AI and you are not aware globally what regulation means and the impact has in your business, you are not competitive. And the third is how to monetize and how to scale the business. So in this way, I call it modern leadership, the combination of these three aspects. I'm aware of the principle, I'm running my business with some principles in mind, I'm aware and impacting regulations, and because of that, because of my capabilities as a technician or an engineer, I'm transforming business processes because I'm technology aware. So if you have all these capabilities, and I think university can play a significant role, it's reasonable to say that as an individual, you will be in these days extremely successful.
I would add on to that, soft skills are going to be important. So if we think about, you know, the focus on, you know, computer engineering, systems engineering, the technical side of what we do, talent coming in out of the university, spending time supporting them and helping them understand from a university perspective by bringing in some of the insights from industry, is how do I come in and be successful in my first 3 years? What does working on a team look like? I think you get that right, but it's not necessarily the person that comes in and makes all, you know, the right decisions, the straight A's like you do in school and you get the gold stars. It really is how effective are you working with a team? How do you collaborate? You know, how do you show initiative in the workplace? The relationships that you need to build, those things are important. So I would say from a university perspective, in addition to the fantastic work that you're doing, you know, from a technical perspective, bringing in a focus on soft skills and integrating into the corporate work environment what does success look like, and ensuring that they have those skills as well.
Thank you. I have my own answer to my question about universities and collaborations, but I first want to thank all three of you for participating and give you an opportunity to say anything that I haven't touched on, that you haven't touched on.
Just a call for Federico II, keep going. We need you super successful as a proud Italian leading an organization that's US based. Keep going. Italy needs you super strong, and we are very proud to see such capabilities starting from Italy but all over the world.
I can basically say the same thing. I want to add that the opportunities for cross collaboration between Europe and US are increasing day by day. If you think about what NSF and Moore have done recently, so you can basically submit a joint proposal between NSF and the Ministry of University and Research. So that's a great opportunity because it's basically divide the cost among the two countries. So each one is paying his own university, and actually it's a win-win situation. There are other opportunities in addition to industry, for example, with all these federal agencies. Think about Department of Defense or Department of Energy that also allow cross collaboration with external non-US based institutions. So I suggest that in the future you try to explore this kind of opportunity, which can it's really can elevate the both experience both on the US side and on the Italian side, but can also contribute to further educate the next generation in different ways.
I want to quote, I think it was Antonio, who had a quote that says, "Together we innovate, bridging borders, innovating the future." I'm taking that back. But I think the opportunities are unlimited with these collaborations and cross-border collaborations. And I want to congratulate Federico II on 800 years. It still just blows my mind, 800 years in existence. I don't know if there's any other university in the world that can quote 800 years. But no, I mean, I think the work that you're doing, and we are so proud to be a part of it and partnered with Federico II, and I am excited about what the future holds.
Well, thank you all. On my behalf, I was ecstatic to join this event, but also really to learn from all of you, my colleagues and from my alma mater. I spent the last 15 years in a highly engineering school, MIT, where it's completely common for a PhD student to start a company with a PhD advisor and then work in it or sell it or do both, where our MBA students in the business school, basically the top third of them, the best 1/3, they spend the whole summer doing an internship at a company that then later hires them, where companies come to us for custom training at the forefront of the technology of both the content and the pedagogical material too in the business school for what's called executive education. But to be honest, I had no idea of the depth and the magnitude of the amount of applied research that's taking place, and that was wonderful for me to hear. Let's stay in touch. But one last thought is that the thing that really has blown my mind today has been the similarity really of the culture with what I breathe in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Andrea and Megaride and the startup being the best example thereof. This idea that we're going from undergraduates taking exams to working in labs to doing their graduate studies to going out there into the marketplace, partnering with companies that when I was a student, we would only dream, oh wow, CISCO, yeah, I know what that is, but Micron, really, can we do that? So I come out of this super encouraged. I thank you, and let's make this an opportunity to collaborate even more. Thanks.
Però quelle stanno, cioè non è una vera, non è che sono bloccate, sono le mappelle, le cose così.
Invece un po' che inventano già in grado di essere accettato da un cane, secondo me è lo stesso problema E quando volevo vedere il tuo noi avremo un'intelligenza no, scanning e stacca tu esci perché non te lo puoi portare con te purtroppo perché esce con questi file non so come proprio c'è l'abbandono ti distruggono la casa tu esci con una casa di scritto questo proprio interagisce con noi
Abbiamo fatto progetti di cambio per ridurre l'uso dei utilizzanti per poter organizzare l'uso dei utilizzanti un progetto e anche ridurre l'uso dei residuti. Quindi abbiamo un sistema Non dico che ci arriveremo, però stiamo lavorando su un gruppo noi l'abbiamo usata e io l'ho si chiama
Are you from New York? From Rome? So, looking at the tech, right? Yes. Yeah.
non ho fatto proprio, ma ho fatto quindi non lo so, fai la strada
But usually with the character that used to play at least in the 70s. Yes, they were actually set in the US. Yes. No, it's Italian, but it used to But I've been to New York many times. New York has been the most visited city. Yeah, like you say, it's not overwhelming, but it's
Quello che lei ha sperimentato nei primi 2 o 3 anni, noi ovviamente facciamo per realtà che tranne delle nei quartieri io nelle startup non sono
like name the customer.
molto più andare ai commenti della scienza, ma quello è
Yes, it's also yes, but you also wrote on which is also what else about health in the way. It's actually, I don't know, yeah.
oltre al fatto che qualche anno fa
Not wearing But he said the building now turned down the building. Maybe I should. It's not Yeah, I went to
Would you like to stand?
Well, that's, is there something that we It's between me and you.
I have roughly 7.
Oh, I can't wait to tell my husband this. I can't wait. Okay. Send you, you take one time. Yes. Hello, hello. Let's take a seat, please. We now have the pleasure to welcome Professor Karl Schramm, economist, professor in the School of Information Studies at Syracuse University. Professor Schramm will be presenting innovation and entrepreneurship in a European perspective. Thank you very much.
Buon pomeriggio. E per me è un vero piacere essere con voi per celebrare di 800 anni. Did I get that right, George? Huh? Got it right? 800 anni dell'Università di...
Would you like a clip on the mic?
Yes, that would. Thank you. Thank you. And lucky for you, I'll now start in English. Thank you. Where are we going? We're in New York. You're volunteering. Many times I've done this in studios in New York where I can't touch this. If you're not using it. I'll just put it in my pocket. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Thank you. It's a pleasure, as I was trying to say in Italian, to be with you for this extraordinary anniversary of this great university. I speak as somebody who's been there probably 10 times. So I've been on the campus, I sort of know the lay of the land. I've been in the principal buildings. Now with your pardon? He's not union. Is it working now? Perfect. Great. As I was saying, it's a pleasure to be with you. And I've had the pleasure of being on the campus of this great university at least a dozen times with my dear friend Giorgio here. That happened through the auspices of Apple, where I was helping Apple establish its Global Programming Academy in many countries. I never enjoyed going to any of those countries as much as I did to Italy. I will make a confession about my romance with Italy. When my children were small, we always defaulted to taking them to Italy for reasons unknown to me. I'm Irish-German in extraction, and my wife basically is in a group of first families of Virginia. They came from England before America was America. Nevertheless, perhaps because I was vaguely an academic, Italy held particular interest to us, and one thing led to another, and I'm certain that the reason my daughter married my Italian general, Marco della Torre, who was born in Milano, was largely her bias to do something about capturing Italy herself. So now I am the proud grandfather of 3 children, grandchildren, all of whom hold Italian passports. Now, sufficient, I hope that's my sufficient bona fides to do something with you guys. And the something I want to do today is talk about perhaps one of the most important topics actually to civilization, and that is innovation. Now, I've been writing and thinking about innovation for probably 30 years, and I believe it is actually one of the most poorly understood topics, particularly misunderstood at the hands of academics who try to watch the world go by and explain, in my view, conjecturally what happens, not analytically what happens. It's the same problem that I've isolated in terms of how we how we try and quote teach entrepreneurship, which in the hands of a previous speaker in the last panel makes the point of experiential knowledge. As the Greeks would say, it's tacit knowledge. You have to do it to understand it. It's all about really innovation. And entrepreneurship depends on innovation. So the question now becomes, as you might guess from what I said before, in the sense we don't have a good measure of new firm starts, and we don't have any sufficient measure of innovation in the United States. The last time this was measured, I chaired the federal panel that attempted to tell in comparative terms whether the United States was doing more innovation than any other country. An impossible question to have asked or answered when I chaired that panel in the second Bush administration, and it can't be determined today. Fancy pants economists like to say, oh, we can measure this off of national income accounts and so forth. That grabs nothing in your idea of what an innovation is. We don't know. We can count patents, a patently, if you will, absurd way to check on innovation. In fact, universities are in part responsible for the febrile nature of the data in that area, as universities have driven their faculties to file patents. So whatever we might have had as a credible measure of how much innovation was going on is largely lost to us. The next point I want to make is, particularly with this audience, that in the United States, our model of growing businesses is modestly unique. I say that because people chase this all the time. I spent 10 years as head of the Kauffman Foundation and traveled the world many times, 5 times, I can't say many times, 5 times I was in China, and in that job, and particularly in that job, and was sat down often with very highly placed people in the party, 4 people in the room, me, the highly placed official, and 2 translators. The question was almost textbook. One governor of the state in which Shanghai resides said to me these words, which I almost laughed out loud. I thought, this is the stereotype we carry. He says, you know, we have a problem here. We can copy anything, but we can't invent anything. Okay? I'm not sure that's true anymore. It would be nice and comfortable at the time to hear that. Even as I heard it, I thought, isn't this is sort of silly, in the sense that it reminded me as a child of thinking that all of our cheap toys were made in Japan out of plane parts that had come down in World War II. It was like one of those silly memes in the old-fashioned use of that word, that circulated through our society. And here it was put to me in China. I've often reflected back on that to wonder if they actually meant it there, or if in fact that would be what would now be called trolling. Were they putting that in front of me because they presumed that was my worldview, or was it genuine at the time? In any event, no one can make the case now that China has not learned how to innovate. And in many cases, it has learned how to innovate at the hands of scientists in our universities, not just in the United States, but in Italy, in particular in England, where England, I think, has been particularly naive in opening the doors to innovation, particularly in the areas that we would think of in that first block, the first theater of innovation, namely defense. As I look at Europe, which is the question that's been put to me in terms of a comparative discussion about innovation and entrepreneurship between those, the block of Europe and in the United States, which we actually might think of as a block if we look at innovation rates, universities and their productivity in inventions is different one state to another, one university to another. We all know that pretty well. If you're from California, you're proud that at least 5 of the resident universities there are in the Shanghai top 20. In New York, you can't make a good excuse for the fact there are only 2 such universities in this state, Cornell and Columbia. In any event, in the United States, we don't think about innovation that much differently. In many ways, it's, I wouldn't say amusing, but it's certainly interesting that people come here all the time to see how we do it. When I ran the Kauffman Foundation in Kansas City, we were forever being visited by the State Department's groups of people that they would bring through the United States to learn, to be familiar with our version of capitalism, not really our version of innovation and entrepreneurship. Kauffman Foundation was an absolute stop on that trip every time. As I investigated this trip always starts in the Silicon Valley, goes to Kansas City, and ends up, you guessed it, in Washington, as if Washington was important to the process of innovation. If you may hear sort of a sarcastic overdrag on what I just said, it is Washington, in my view, it is actually the biggest, largest enemy of innovation in the United States, notwithstanding the previous conversations about how great the budget is, how the expansion of the budget is, how wonderfully absorbing the national institutes, NAS, National Science, NSA, National Science, the sins of the National Science Academy in this area are hard to describe, to imagine. They have a program aimed at going to medical schools, taking the most productive bench scientists when they're 50 years old, stopping their careers, subsidizing them to go out and learn how to be entrepreneurs. It's scandalous, and it actually is mind-boggling, particularly if you come to my view, executed in my last book, that most entrepreneurs are not schooled to be entrepreneurs. They don't set out to be entrepreneurs. The scale entrepreneurs inevitably were ambushed by an idea. They're very smart people who've educated themselves on a much broader scale, and they see holes in the firmament, holes in the fabric, and they're chosen by the idea as opposed to them choosing the idea. I think that's the way I see the world. My favorite person to insert there, of course, is Elon Musk, one of our species' true geniuses that come along from time to time. In any event, one of the problems that I see in Europe is, in fact, pretty much the Washington look-alike. That is what happens in Brussels. And one of the things I find most annoying in the United States is our adoption of the phrase small and medium enterprises. That was cooked up in the EU capital, okay? And it talks to us about centralized planning, and it talks to us about planned economies. In the United States, we never had such a phrase. This is sort of the Mittelstadt from Germany, that there are the giant corporations that must be protected. You all know what I'm talking about if you know anything about the French economy or anything about the German economy. And underneath, there may be entrepreneurs, but there's this middle level that is born and grown just to be bought by the mega companies. This is the way you stabilize an economy. This is how you make its outcome predictable. This is how you make Europe grow slow. All right, I want to make 3 more points and then I'm through, okay? The first is, when people would come on that trip, from Silicon Valley to the Kauffman Foundation to Washington, I would meet with these groups, always foreigners, each time, and said, what is it you take home from your trip so far? And the answer was, we must have indigenous venture capital firms. Now that's the State Department's vision of how you transmit America's growth capacity. You have to have venture capital firms. Venture capital firms, we don't have to worry about that. Capital is always innovative, and it's always people describing history as it once was 10 years ago when they celebrate our venture capital industry. Our venture capital industry is hard to describe today because it has gone ahead of the vocabulary and the mental constructs we bring to it. It will run, as long as the government keeps its nose out of it, at a highly efficient way, knowing how to judge risk, how to absorb risk, and essentially how to push our economy forward, not their consciousness, and it's not their calling. That's not how they see themselves, but this will happen. And the notion that we're going to have state-sponsored venture funds, I once did a study, all of our states, all of our cities, at one point when I did my study, there were over 400 local, publicly funded venture funds, only one of which, the Ben Franklin Fund in Philadelphia, had ever shown a positive rate of return. My penultimate observation is that talent is everything. We've heard enough of this in a sense to be absolutely convinced. It's not clear to me that the way we approach STEM is the way we're supposed to go. I think so much of this, as the whole history of innovation and entrepreneurship should suggest to us, is we need more unstructured views of what people must know. Again, all I would say, if people were to push me on this, I would say, okay, why don't we shut down that discussion or the attempts to teach this in universities and leave it to the engineering schools and the history departments to basically convey something of the dynamics of how we innovate as a society. Imagine if all our students in the United States were leaving with just one little window on what I've said today, and that's about the speed at which we innovate in medicine. We didn't stabilize penicillin until 1950. And finally, I would say that in many regards, Asia is the mystery future that is increasingly hard to read, and I'm not sure we should be worried about it or not. My own view is we should be worrying about our knitting at home, watching for people who are looking over our shoulder to take our investment in our knitting at home and apply it in ways that are likely to be malignant as opposed to benign. So in the end, I think I would say two things. As an economist, to understand what economists say and do, the best metaphor is we belong to a church. And the first premise of our belief is we exist to push growth. This is the conversation that's happening right now in our presidential election. One candidate says the way we go forward into the future is we grow. Implicit in his observation is how we get out of this enormous debt is to grow the economy such we can settle our debt. And with growth, implicitly will come more innovation and the ability to build more growth. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The second thing that's part of this church is the observation that with growth, and the reason we're committed to it, is that human welfare expands when we have more money. The conversation is always being distorted in terms of who's got the money, whose wealth is growing faster relative to other members of the society. It largely doesn't matter. If you have the economy growing, you will see the dynamics of wealth shifting continuously, and they will be continuously shifting in the right direction. That is, to people who are more creative, who are more likely to contribute to the welfare of their fellow citizens, who are less likely to sit back and be taken care of, and basically put their oar in the water of making the whole society run faster and better. And that's it. I ain't got nothing more to say. Thank you. Are there questions?
I guess that probably we have the time for a few thoughts about the current presentation, I would say, because it was the perfect way to end or to approach the end of these 2 days. Because you give us a very strong perspective on what is driving innovation. That is quite different from the academic perspective. So I guess if any one of you has laugh. But by the way, let me introduce
Giorgio is saying I'm going to be in trouble with all my academic colleagues. That has been my life, both at Johns Hopkins and at Syracuse. But that's my life. I live my life. Yeah.
I'm Leonardo. I teach urban planning at Federico II, and I'm also serving as a deputy mayor in the city of Napoli right now.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Brava, scusi.
Yeah, but bravo is quite limited.
Okay.
Yeah. I have a question. When you were mentioning the origin of innovation, and you were talking about defense and medicine, maybe you forgot farming and the urban revolution.
Wow. Yeah, I forgot it.
Maybe you did. I mean,
Yeah.
Hunger, famine, inequalities,
Yeah.
different cultures, languages, religions.
You can only worry about so much. And it may be that one reason I don't worry about that so much is as I left graduate school, it was taken as a matter of faith that in the next 2 or 3 years, the world would be at war over famine. Okay? As I left graduate school, there were book after book, Forrester's book, you know, Diet for a Small Plant, all that stuff. And we were schooled that there would be essentially civil war. It would start in India, and it would spread, and it would destabilize the whole rest of the world. Okay? 3 years later, India was a net exporter of food. Okay? So right then, I've always been very doubtful. As I explained to my class yesterday at school, okay, I said, if you write a book about gloom and doom, okay, the publishers will take it in an instant. They can sell those books. Now write a sunshine book and you won't sell it. Okay, there's something in our species that we want to hear, that it's the end, it's all over, okay? You know, I have to have a sort of a balanced life, and I only have so much worry, as you know, a taste for worry, so I keep it back here. I sort of play. Your point is very well taken in terms of these revolutions. As Giorgio knows, I've had the great honor of being on the faculty at the University of California at Davis, okay? It's hard to argue that Davis is not one very powerful agriculture school, and I've been there to teach innovation. So this has been in and out of my life a lot. I might add with something that I found kind of surprising, okay, that sort of vaguely relates to this. I had in my class on Monday a fellow who I've worked with a lot, he's the smartest guy I know on innovation, excuse me, on entrepreneurship. His name is Dane Stingler, works in Washington. And I said to Dane in front of my students, what do you think are the most important entrepreneurial events that are going on right now, okay, that are changing the economy? His answers may astound you, they astounded me. These are American answers. He said, first of all, it's the coming of craft brewing. I thought, or brewing, excuse me. I thought, wow. He makes the case that that actually blows all the doors off, creates a whole new industry, and operates as a model, an expansive model for other people to follow. It reminded me of Alfred Kahn, who in the Carter days somehow miraculously deregulated airline fares in the United States. Now he's with a Democrat, with all the Democratic economists, and somehow he pulled that off. The growth surge that happened when we made intercity airline cheap in the United States. Just go back to my notion that when you can fly, go visit, you expand your consciousness, you get smarter. That's what happens. I think that's why we travel to a huge extent, okay? And it also creates a huge amount of problems. The world was much more stable before 1959 when we didn't know what was going on out there and we couldn't make stuff happen that easily, okay? The second observation was fracking. Now, to say that in a university environment, my goodness, they could have crucified him right there on the spot. But he makes the point that that has the potential to make the cost of energy, at least until we're smart enough to figure out how to protect the environment, which, by the way, we've been doing every year since 1972. This is a shocking statistic to most people. Every year since 1972, as we've grown the economy about 7 times bigger than it was back then, we've done every unit of GDP at less burn of fossil fuel. So we've known how to do this, okay? And if you just draw those lines forward, in 50 years, we will basically be making a growth economy without much fossil fuel at all, okay? So that was his answer. That may be too sunny an answer. Excuse me.
Introduce yourself just to Johannes Bolton, Dean of School of Medicine at Federico II. I was really, as Aaron said, one of the big issues of innovation is healthcare. But innovation in healthcare has been made sustainable for the lifespan that is, in the past 50 or 100 years was longer one. Now that we have a plateau of lifespan, sustainability of healthcare innovation is narrowing and narrowing. What do you think that innovation will be still something that healthcare can be sustainable? Even in Italy, but the universal system is going to be suffering now.
Yeah. I spent 16 years on the Hopkins Public Health faculty, so I got to look close up to the wonders that happened when I was there that came from all of medicine. Hopkins was in that rush as a great medical school, great medical faculty, great innovations. I think that slowed significantly, even as Hopkins ranked universities in the United States. It's probably added at least 10 new schools, credible schools. Okay, so it means much more intellective power in that terrain. I could tell you one answer and I could tell you another answer. I think in almost some of what I talked about before, the National Academy of Sciences and the National Institutes of Health, pushing this notion that we ought to have more entrepreneurship in our medical faculties, it's just nuts. I find it just offensive. Left to themselves, they were always innovative. And if you have to now put upon them the structure of how you innovate to make money, I just don't understand. It's the same thing going on in the Defense Department. Okay? So that's one answer. Second answer is an area of great passion, and it's probably where I'll spend the rest of my life. And that is the failure of public health. Now, the failure of public health is a much bigger event than what that phrase says. All you have to do is, this is a particularly American view, and it's a particularly American view because if one was to trust the World Health Organization numbers, which I don't, the United States lost 1.2 million people to COVID, okay? Those same numbers tell us that all of China lost 5,722 people. Credible? I doubt it, okay? I even doubt the figures in the United States. I suspect the actual COVID-related deaths in the United States is much, much lower than 1.2 million. We established all kinds of incentives for hospitals to identify cases as COVID cases. Now, how did that happen without one peep out of one faculty member in 30 graduate schools to give doctors of public health? Not a peep. We read in the New York Times in the year 2022 that the CDC had withheld a whole year's data on COVID death, and not one single person stood up and said, where is the data? Now, back in my field, and I don't mean to say economics is without a huge amount of criticism, if on the third Thursday of the month we didn't have the employment jobs numbers by 8 o'clock, that's when they're released. By 8:05, you would hear the echoing through Wall Street and every economics faculty in the United States. What is the government doing? They're twisting the numbers, okay? Where were we on public health, okay? And by the way, how I would sell the economics industry, it was, we shut down the whole economy and there wasn't an economist saying, what are we doing? Now the issue was we didn't have any command of those data, but more importantly, and I think this goes to your point, we had lost our way in terms of an rigorous analytic view of why people were dying from this particular disease. Compare this to the fact that in the 1980s, almost exclusively the United States, with a handful of people, 12 teams, had eradicated smallpox from the face of the earth. It is singularly the greatest achievement of public health, okay? And we might roll that forward and thank God the numbers were so small because of the nature of the virus itself, okay? But we had people in the public health professions arguing there was no such thing as herd immunity, okay? So I would just say, you know, I'm not going to medicine. You don't have to go to medicine. Medicine, by the way, is under huge assault from the public health establishment. They will have physicians involved in individual care, okay? Interventive medicine, as I call it, actually having a intellectual overlay of that transaction that has to be judged against public expectations of the physician and his panel of patients. Very, very dangerous evolution, I think. Physicians have to stand up for their own epistemological models and beat back government and the public health establishment. Okay? Yes, excuse me.
Rhetoric about talents, human capital versus capital, financial capital. I just wanted to have your take on it. Do we need still, money to innovate, to promote entrepreneurship, or it's a matter more of human capital talents? Because we are now losing our talents, and we are in this tension trying to attract talents and retain them.
It's a knot that's very hard to untie, and for the benefit of folks who are not familiar with economic literature, I find this astounding. We had no theory, we had no words for the notion human capital until 1972, right? It is the single, it's like entrepreneurship. If you can't understand economic growth without human capital or the spring of new ideas that can be moved to scale, and that engages the money, okay? Money is necessary for training the human capital in the first place, and it's necessary to move a great idea in scale to a big company. Your observations are all correct, okay? How one lays against the other or weighs against the other is hard to decipher. I was trained as a labor economist, so I'm always biased towards the notion of human capital. And I think everything I laid out in terms of innovation in its history, i.e. the metaphor of the bicycle, that's all a metaphor for human capital, okay? Somebody saw the bicycle. The Wright brothers were ambushed by the idea of flying, and suddenly here was flexible chain and gears that made motivation possible on the ground. Could we take it to the air? Okay, and that's all. That's the story of human capital, period. The fact that we went from the Wright brothers in the 20th century, just 2 decades later, to scheduled airplane flight. Think of what went on in there with the expansion just of the internal combustion engine, which of course would make many people clutch their pearls, about the internal combustion engine. Where would we be without it? It's the same thing without John Watt and his steam engine kicking off the Industrial Revolution. I actually teach a course that's called Why Flourishing Cities Fail in the United States, okay? And it's a delicious concept to push through. And I think one of the great lessons is that we've sort of given up on the city as the center of innovation, in a sense, okay? And what we're dealing with here, very badly, with the redistribution notions of the left and so forth, is with the Industrial Revolution, we actually invent a completely different, you could call it scale, a completely different vision of poverty. They go hand in hand, okay? And, with due deference to the urban planner crowd, okay, their answer is let's put in boulevards and parks, okay? And economists basically say, no, let's get these people into employment, human capital, and the self-rewarding notion of making their own way. Since I opened, you opened, somebody opened this, I would just propose, a mind-rattling idea here. If I ask any of my students, how would you fix a city? They will all say, first thing, light rail. They will all say light rail. They won't say redistribution of income or public housing or any of that stuff. They will all go to light rail. And I look at light rail and saying, fine, okay, just freeze into steel and concrete in your city streets where the poor should live, okay? It would be so much cheaper and so much more respectful and so much greater for our democracy to say, okay, you're poor, the state's going to give you a car. You got a car for 5 years. You can find your employment. You can go any place. You can have freedom and go any place. You can drive your car to California. Okay, can't find a job in upstate New York? Drive to Florida. Okay, what do we care? It would be the greatest boost to human capital I can imagine. Well, there you go. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I studied 2 nights ago the phrase, well, there you go, and I can't generate it. The Italian phrase. How do I say that? E tutto? E tutto. Yeah, there we go. E tutto. Thank you. Huh?
Your Italian is improved.
Well, you know, if I keep having children who marry Italians, it's just going to happen. Okay? Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Of course. Of course. Here we go. Great.
Now we're almost at the end of the day of this symposium. And speaking of small and mid-sized enterprises in the innovation ecosystem, we will now welcome Vito Grassi, CEO of Gradid, an energy service company. Thank you.
Close. That's right. Sorry, I can close this one. Oh, you don't need this? No slides?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, George, for the opportunity to be here. Thanks to Matteo, our rector, Matteo Lorito, and for everyone and everybody who collaborate to the organization. I'm glad to the opportunity of offering my small contribution on the importance of research, innovation, and transfer technologica for the economic development of a territory. I wrote it, so we are sure about timing. We live in a constantly evolving reality. The challenges imposed by the green and digital transition require the need for a shared approach between public and private to ensure that the entire system moves virtuously towards a common vision. In this sense, there are 2 main strategic levers for a successful transition: innovation and skills, without which any technological development action is destined, if not to fail, not to maximize its benefits. The challenges of the present enter forcefully into university classrooms, and in particular into those universities which, almost by original vocation, are called to constantly deal with the surrounding world, especially with production realities, and consequently to review static training models based on 20th century paradigms. The university is one of the key institutions of the knowledge economy and society, one of the main hubs in which the production of scientific innovations is concentrated. Short and long networks of interaction take shape with other research centers, companies, local institutions, civil society organizations. It is also a place for the formation of civil conscience, an instrument for the protection of democracy, and a barrier to any illiberal and authoritarian drifts in politics, contributing to the construction of a just, free, welcoming and inclusive society. Experimenting with new training models is what Federico II, the first state university in the world, one of the major centers in the Italian research and innovation system, has been doing for years, with extraordinary foresight and visionary spirit. And it's doing all this also by forging strong ties with leading companies in the IT, pharmaceutical and aerospace sectors, giants of the caliber of Airpo, CISCO, Accenture, and so on. But also with many small and medium-sized businesses in the area that have made innovation, research and development and sustainability their growth drivers. The opening of this branch in New York is just the umpteenth stage in the process of transformation of universities' role within society, already started a long time ago and successfully by the Neapolitan University. The evolution of Federico II has shown us that universities are no longer just the temple of knowledge, producers of competence and training, or suppliers of well-prepared human capital, but, as already widely focused in previous interventions, they can become real actors of urban transformation and redevelopment, as happened with the Apple Academy in the San Giovanni a Teduccio district. An unprecedented challenge to revive Eastern Naples with university, with young people and with businesses in a territory on which only a few years ago none of us would have bet a cent. A challenge that we consider one, since the initiatives of the Technological Hub have already managed to bring together hundreds of small, medium, and large companies, which, like Graded, that's my company, support and accompany these highly specialized training courses with project work and internships in the company. And in most cases are transformed into employment contracts, thus also offering a first concrete response to the problem of talent fleeing from the South. Because of this new role, the university will have to continue to act as an attractive factor towards private entities, who will be required in some form to increase partnerships with academic institutions, without fearing the danger of private training. Leaving the public approach intact and open to all, in the university of the future, private enterprise will be able to play an important role, which goes beyond its classic role, promoting and supporting universities' curricula, hosting undergraduates on internships, supporting training with direct experience in the company, and also relating to other education actors such as ITS. From a historical point of view, the university world has known two reference educational macro models. The first focused on teaching. The second, who characterized the 19th and 20th centuries, was based on research. Now, the 21st century requires a completely renewed training paradigm, the so-called entrepreneurial university, the third mission, to which reference is increasingly made today. A mission in which Federico II led the way, implementing a stronger bond of cooperation with companies operating in the economic fabric and thus contributing significantly to the development of a territory through several activities. The Academy of San Giovanni represents important opportunities, not only for young people, but also for the local productive fabric. Without forgetting agri-tech, like better than me told us Professor Ercolini. For us, an ambitious project in which we have participated with the Graded since the first hour, which aims to systematize the best scientific skills to make the Italian agri-food industry more competitive and sustainable, capable of tackling climate change and reducing environmental impact in the agri-food field, developing marginal areas and guaranteeing the safety, traceability, and typicality of the supply chain. An important challenge which, in addition to promoting the ecological and digital transition, also deals with the training of young people to develop professional skills necessary for the strategic area. To respond to the needs of a constantly changing world, in my opinion, the university of the future will have to be able to train entrepreneurs, create businesses, and undertake. Teaching a student to be an entrepreneur means providing him with the necessary tools to develop a new mindset, flexible, versatile, and fast. That is, able of making him capable of identifying a problem, seizing it as an opportunity for innovation, finding a set of solutions, and among them choosing the one that creates greater value. The university that creates business is the one that encourages young people to develop spin-offs that start from academic research and bring it to fruition in a real autonomous company. Finally, the entrepreneurial university could appear to be in conflict with two untouchable values, that of the public university and that of the sacredness of knowledge, which lead us to view with suspicion any approach to the idea of business. The university that undertakes is the university capable of going in search of funds, not due to the lack of public ones, but rather as a real research opportunity. In undertaking, the university creates more than simple economic value, create innovation and create relationships. The real issue to be resolved for the future of Italian university is for us how to ensure that it responds to the needs expressed by a world that is changing more and more radically. I believe that the only possible answer is to return to an idea of the university as a place of dialogue and discussion, well rooted in the world and in its daily needs. It's what is doing with the great courage and determination our Federico II, an internationally recognized excellence who celebrates the glorious milestone of 800 years of life with a younger spirit than ever and looks right to the future. Thank you.
And now our very last segment of this enlightening, innovative two-day symposium. Thank you very much for your presence and attention on behalf of the University of Naples. We now welcome Philippe Rouvray, CEO InnovaWay USA in Bulgaria. Thank you.
Can I do it?
me content. I think I need to change my slides after what I heard this afternoon. And I can't delete SME from the slide, but PDF. Can I move it with the mouse? Or? Oh, will it move the slides too? Okay. Thanks. I wanted to start by apologizing for two reasons. The first one is I'm going to have most probably be the person putting you to sleep today, as I'm the last one to present. So that's the first apology. The second one is actually I'm not from Naples, and I'm not Italian, so I'm really sorry. I do, however, have a flat with a view on the Stadium Diego Maradona. So for people in Naples, they consider me as part of their city. So a quick presentation of myself, and I will most probably not go into all the details. I only have 4 slides, but I can talk for hours. So my name is Philippe Rouvray. I'm French, live in the north of France, near Lille, on the Belgian border. And I've been working in the IT services business since the mid-90s. Started working with GE, my first experience, and then I joined a very large HR company called Adecco, where I worked for 24 years. And then at the beginning of the year, I joined Antonio Giacomini and Innovoway Group with, let's say, a couple of missions. The first one to take over the operations, manage, let's say, our daily delivery, day-to-day. This one's not working. And to transform the company, to take the company to the next step, and to prepare ourselves for, I would say, a major change in maybe 4 to 5 years from now. In addition to that, I also have the luck since March to manage the unit that we created in the US back 4 months ago, and also our Eastern European operations. So there's definitely a problem. I'll stand here. A really quick overview of Innovoway. It's not a sales pitch. I'm not selling anything, just to make things clear. Obviously, I want to take the time to present who we are. Historically, Innovoway was created 25 years ago in Naples. So it's a service company that started quite a while ago. And over, let's say, the last 25 years has grown by creating operations in Albania, and then developing the business in, let's say, Western Europe, and very recently opening the US, Bulgaria, and thinking about going to the next level for our business. Historically, Innovoway was, most probably Antonio wouldn't like that, but I would say in the legacy part of the IT business, right? The infrastructure part, mainly support services, support activities, data center services, let's say the old-fashioned IT, right, like it was back in the 90s or the 80s and the 2000s. Over the past couple of years, we've been moving out of, let's say, a more commoditized type of business, looking at activities around digital software, growing from infrastructure to cloud, starting to develop our own applications in a SaaS model, so in a software as a service model, and very recently the data services. Basically what we've heard about today, yesterday a lot, AI, machine learning, and how we can use this new approach to improve and render our operations more efficient, right, in different delivery environments. We are over 1,200 people, 1,200 people today, over 300 clients, 10 delivery centers, and as I said, 25 years of existence. This is a quick picture of our offices in Philadelphia, where we've opened our business unit in June. So we are now entering the market. I'll be glad to discuss with some of you maybe in the future on how we could collaborate. I discovered some startups, obviously listening to also all the professors explaining what the University of Federico II has been doing over the past 800 years. I think we definitely could rediscuss things as we go ahead. Now, to answer the question, I was going to start the discussion by saying that I actually don't even feel like presenting these slides anymore after having listened to all of you, and especially this afternoon. A lot of the messages for me are quite controversial. We're all talking about innovation. We need to innovate. Something which I had a hard time explaining to my colleagues in Italy when I arrived in February was that, and according to me, innovation doesn't make sense at all if you're not already producing a good service. I've never seen a factory that's never ever produced one car trying to put in place innovation to produce in a better manner the car. First, produce the car, get them out of the factory, and then innovate. And I think that's a mistake that we all make in large companies, smaller companies, SMEs, or even large companies. We tend to think that innovation is on every corner of every floor, behind each desk in all the companies. And we tend to forget that we first need to excel in delivering our service or our solutions the way we can, with the processes we have, with the tools we have, with the people we have, with the skills we have. And then innovation comes as a cherry on the cake. Sometimes we pushed to innovate because the market pushed us, right? I keep telling my colleagues in Italy that we are making the mistake to fight because we fight on prices, actually having a price war with our competitors and in front of our main clients, when we should be focusing on value. And when you sell value, you don't discuss price, right? Because you're selling something different. And I think, to go back to innovation, I think, and this is what we are doing now, what I'm trying to do with InnovaWay, is to step back a bit, look at what we're doing today, how we've been doing it, and make sure that that is in itself already working before we try to introduce innovation. And I'm not even talking about AI. I'm talking about, when I mean innovation, I mean new processes, new tools, which don't necessarily mean machine learning and you know, complex algorithm to improve something. So that's which we have a difficulty in many companies, is that we don't tend to look at how we're doing things and wanting to make them better before we innovate. Having said that, I think smaller companies, and this is not from me, have in general the agility, the flexibility, and are capable to adapt and innovate in a lot of contexts, and this enables them to take quick decisions and move fast, right? Obviously, for this to work, it must be action. It's not only about strategy in slides, but strategy in action. If we're not moving, we're not improving. And obviously by moving, we can make mistakes. I heard someone, I think yesterday, say, you know, we can make mistakes. It's fine. Recognize the mistakes, make sure you don't do them again, but continue moving and continue taking decisions and executing and moving. This is something which we tend to also forget when it comes to innovation. At Innovore, we already are committed to that, but we're still trying to catch up. We're trying to catch up with what I described just before. How are we using today digital transformation to improve operations? In a normal world, we could imagine using a virtual coach, for instance, that we give to our technicians. Instead of having to look up on a database how to solve the problem, they can actually speak to the coach, and the coach will access data and give back to them a solution. This is something we've put in place. Putting the customer in the middle. Is that innovation? Maybe not. Actually, I think it is. I think it's important to put the customer back into the middle of the, let's say, the arena of the ecosystem, simply because most of us tend to forget that there's only one thing that makes us move, makes us get our salaries paid, makes us eventually have fun, go on vacation. It's actually the client, right? The shareholder of a company doesn't pay your salary. Your boss doesn't pay your salary. The rector of the university doesn't pay your salary. Actually, at the end of the day, it's the client that pays the salary. My wife is also a teacher at university in Lille, so I know exactly. She's been teaching for 30 years, and she's always complained, saying, yeah, because I'm paid by the state, you don't take me seriously. I think this is maybe common across Europe, across the world. In fact, it's the same thing when I say someone is paying your salary, but it's actually not the shareholder, it's not the tax authorities, right? It's actually someone that's getting something from what you are delivering every day, and that's the client. In your case, the client are the people we're talking about, all the people you're training. Those are the people that actually, I believe, are your main, should be in the center of the arena. And I understood from what you said, to all of you, I didn't hear anyone say anything different, that you all put your students in the center. There was a gentleman, professor physicist, I was very interested by your quantum computer discussion, let's say presentation. You showed maybe 3 slides with your teams, right? And that's, I think, important to put the people back into the middle. That covers the social responsibility part and the people part. The last part, sustainability. It's also very fashion. I think we're not, at Innovore, we are not yet there. Even if we have started working on some programs where, for instance, we introduce, through machine learning and AI, we create digital twins, for instance. We have a client in the south of the US, in Texas, that are specialized in property development. Nothing to do with medical science, healthcare, property development. And we've helped them to design a digital twin that actually replicates a virtual environment of their future program of 45 houses and 65 office spaces, and I don't know why not a university, right? And there, with the software and creating this virtual environment, we actually help that organization predict the comportement, how do you say, the behavior of that building in the future. For instance, to reduce consumption of electricity for the heating, etc., water, whatever you need. So we have some interesting projects, but we're still learning on that and we want to grow. And that's also one of the reasons why we're entering the US market, because we want to access the skills that are here too. We have a lot of skills in Italy, in Europe, in France, but there are also a lot of skills in the US that we want to access. How can we collaborate together? A small company like ours, we are doing, if I look at the figures of last year, we basically invested about 4% of our top line, 4% of our revenue in R&D. It's like, if those that want to go look at the figures, it's public information, 4%, it's half of our profit, right? So, and we've been doing that for many years. Obviously, I arrived this year, but I discovered that. And we are collaborating with a lot of universities. a lot of public institutions in Italy on some different programs, some in autonomous driving, some in healthcare. So it's pretty large spectrum of activities. I talked about it before, the importance of nurturing tomorrow's innovators. Our future are our children that are growing up, becoming students, and going to the market to become professionals. And that is something that I believe companies our size also need to play, and play a serious part in creating that future, or creating a better future for them. It's not always easy. When I was a bit younger and I started as a young engineer back in 92, 93, it was practically impossible to get a training stage. I think in Italian you call it stage also. So no companies wanted to invest time and money in a young engineer or young second, third, fourth year engineer students to do some training. Basically, you need to allocate one resource. That person will not be producing for the company in the meantime. Takes time and money. I think that's something where still today we are failing as companies in general, especially the smaller ones. And this is where we need to make an effort. We need to consider that as a must in the investment. R&D is fine. If it was me to decide, I would stop doing R&D and put the 4% in basically investing in giving the right environment to students to join the company, to learn something, and to understand how a company works, right? Not to get stuck in the chicken and egg problem. I've got a CV with a nice diploma, but I got no experience, right? But I don't have experience because I've only got a CV with a nice diploma. And we just talk about that for months, and we don't move. The last point is the ecosystem. I think everyone's talked about it. We definitely also have a role to play, and I think combining partnerships with universities, creating an innovation lab, which we are doing. We started last month the creation of an innovation lab on the principle of what I call creating a group of champions. So we're not investing heavily. We're going inside the delivery organization and asking all the colleagues, all the individuals to put their hand up and say, I'm interested to join this group. I want to work one hour a week, 2 hours a week, 1 day a week, depending on my availability, to join this unit that will be, of course, discussing with all our R&D projects in this case, so discussing a lot with the academics world, because we are partnering with a lot of universities. And this will give also the opportunity to our people to grow and to bring something to the table, to participate. Two last points. Just wanted to go to show you two of our products without going too much into detail. One which we developed in a kind of proof of concept approach for Professor Giordano. This was last year. We built a model, a prediction model, enabling us to basically, let's say, a medical NMD to predict as much as possible in advance based on a series of results, in this case blood samples, for instance, with, I don't know, 10 or 12 different KPIs or units of measure. And basically you can see that the only missing element for us to become massive on this type of tool, and we're not the only organization, this is quite common, is that we don't have data. We don't have data. We had to use data available on the market, on the public market, basically on internet, and we have 700 entries. So the data set is very small, meaning that the pertinence of our model cannot be basically at the level we expect if we want to move this to production and then give a tool to the medical, let's say, community to eventually predict in a better manner someone having diabetes, or even, for instance, we worked on breast cancer, for instance. And we're capable, of course, of also analyzing not only text, but analyzing images, scans, X-rays, IRMs, etc. Good precision, good recall. So basically, if we're looking at minimizing the false positives, we had 82%. If we're looking at maximizing the true positives, we had 92%, which is pretty good for this type of model. On the right-hand side, and then I will finish, tool that an environment which we've called Skill Compass, which is designed to optimize talent management inside the organization and support the HR function in strategic planning for the future needs of the organization. Of course, we're looking at the existing population. So we've built a tool that is actually creating a skill mapping, of course supported by AI, and we have a customized type of ontology of basic criteria, and we are then projecting not just a simple CV with this year, that diploma, this year, that school, this period of time, this client, this type of job. We're actually looking at all the keywords, all the words in the CV, and creating profiles based on what we know from that. So typically, you could be a good developer in Java, but maybe when you're good at Java, you could do 3 or 4 other types of technologies or languages after a very short training, right? And that necessarily is not necessarily in the CV. So our model actually makes suggestions to the HR community or to the delivery organization to actually help us prepare the future and eventually put people in trainings, for instance. Obviously, you get a lot of reporting. This is something which is under construction. We've actually protected the name already, but it's actually ready in MVP, let's say, phase. So it's really under development. That's it. I think that's what I wanted to present. Thanks a lot for having us. It was great to be here.
Okay, I guess that, I mean, this is it. I mean, let me thank you all for being here. I mean, I guess it was a very productive day. And so, I mean, just few information. I mean, as you know, there will be a bus waiting for us downstairs and the second information is that due to this very strong connection of our rector with the with Georgia, we are going to have a very Georgia, the nation, not Georgia of my mind, Georgia of their mind. There will be a celebration for finally the opening of our hub here on this floor. And again, thank you very much. And let's start our celebration, I guess. It's a toast. I mean, it's a toast. It's enough. Thank you very much. Bye.